about leche. Tell me where you at, leche. 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 Leche.
What up, cappers, gamblers, punters, hustlers, low baggers? Happy February 26th to all of you. Thank you for watching Betting with the Bag right here on Pub Sports Radio. The Oilers tried to screw my show winning streak. And they almost did, but they did not fully. Also, not adding the Aztecs. The Aztecs late. There was one other game that I don't know if it, again, I don't want to blame exhaustion, but I took another look at those two late games that I wanted, and I was like, you know what, I should have moved on them. It was the Aztecs versus the Aggies. The Aztecs took care of business, and I wasn't on them. I went 11-7 in college basketball, so we're still climbing out of that horrific hole that I dug, and it's going to take a lot more work to get out of it. What's the other one that just made me... St. Mary's. St. Mary's, San Diego State was how I wanted to close my card. I did not. Disappointing. 15-13 plus 0.56 units yesterday. We did great live betting. We can go over some of those spots. Of course, I went 2-2 in NBA. I lost the under in the Rockets-Kings game. But as I told you, and now it's a full unit. You know, live bets are usually a third or a half of a unit. I bet the live under at the halftime. And just like every single one of these double-digit favorites who have a big lead, the scoring just disappears in the fourth quarter. But great to see all of you guys. Matty Ice warned me about Tulane. Warned me. And I didn't heed his advice. I should have heeded his advice. Would have been a better day. But it was... whatever. We're going for 7 straight winning shows. You know, I want to say any day in the black is a good day. All the work that we put into these shows, as I tell you, it helps enormously live betting. And last night was another example of that. But 15-13 plus 0.56 units on my pre-flop action. Nasty Nate says 27 more days to Pub-a-Palooza. Razor sharp picks, gamblers first glance was a thing of beauty. Oregon plus 5.5. Razor, you and Wine Time absolutely nailed that one. It was almost a perfect world, because Res Mob got his first half as well. Steve G in the house. Christopher Tatum ready to get to work. A Kripke, it was my fault. My fault here. Justin McKelvey, High Point, and the Orlando Magic. Let me tell you guys a little bit about the show. We have Bobano. We haven't seen him in a few weeks. Bobano will be making his return to the show, and we will be capping the National Hockey League card. As I told you guys yesterday, all records are up to date for every capper. Now, we have a special guest joining us for NBA, LJ from HTown, and he joined us one time, and I meant to go back and get his action from that day, which I have not. So I apologize for that. So we don't have LJ's action from that one day. But I went through the Discord and went over every single bet that our guy, Billy Brisbane, has put in there on our work, not on our shows. That's where he's confirming his action for record keeping. He did drop 7 straight winners before he had a tough day last Thursday, but 7 straight winners before that tough day on Thursday. We got the truth teller in the house. Says Mensick, Jovic, Palini, tennis parlay plus 106. Irish King, great job on those puck lines. The Capitals puck line, I was off that game. You nailed that. And then Lightning puck line, I was on the -1, but excellent job, Irish King. As always, Irish King, you're a beast. Res Mob, Matty Ice, Dougie Wise. You see Dougie Wise back in business. Nut Flush, Allen. Serious business, ready to get to work. The Nuke Workers has only 58 college basketball games today. Let's get down to business. We will do exactly that. In fact, I just received a text message from the great Ron Crawford with his spreadsheet plays of the day. Very thankful to rock with him. A Wine Time coming off a strong day yesterday. I'd love to see it. Matty Ice, St. Mary's, double result. UConn, double result. Both spots we spoke on yesterday. No, you nailed that. I was on UConn -6, But you guys absolutely nailed that here. Let's roll here. Nutflush says, my thought process is just try to listen to all the media outlets. They're telling everyone how shorthanded the team is. Golden State to the bank. Ronnie Crawford, Sharks and Heat, our spreadsheet plays of the day. Los Chudy in the house, ready to get to work. 40 kid. Michigan State plus 7.5. Michigan State plus 7.5. That is from 40 kid. Let me make sure I got this all copied and pasted. Huge show ahead of us. Okay. Okay. Sorry. We lost. Unfortunately, we lost Jose's. I'm sure that'll be fine. We lost Jose's X. So I'm sure that will be fine for sending to Bobano. After I give the what ups here, I will then make sure. Oh no, I've got to sign in. This is not going to happen for me. So hopefully he knows what's up. We got a 9 legacy flank steak. DC Capper, Alabama minus 14.5, win by 25. That was another big loss by me. Excellent work here. Excellent work by you, DC Capper. We will review yesterday's college basketball action. So after we have Bobano to break down this big NHL card, then we roll into college basketball, and we have Spooner here with us. So Spooner, we're going to go over the 4 bets that he's made. Then we're going to go over the 8 bets that I've made. And then I have a list of action here, a list of action. Kong, it's the first thing I was waiting. I knew that when we didn't hear last night that it wasn't good news. And you know what, Kong, we love you. And if we need to create an event where in your city, man, we'll do that. We love you, man. You tried and keep trying. And but I knew that. And then this morning I went right to my messages. And then I knew when there was no message. I knew. We love you, man. We love you. Shout out to our guy, Kong's Clips. Did everything he could. We love the man. Irish King, what a job. I was with you on Buffalo. I'm fortunate. I had a bounce go my way. I cashed Oregon State in overtime, -7. I mean, that's a rarity to cash out that big of a favorite. So I got a bounce. But the Canucks cap was very good. And I don't get a goddamn cent from it. So, oh, no, Kong, don't feel that way. Don't feel that way at all, man. Don't let, man, you have accomplished so many great things. You have, climbed so many walls that some would have said were unclimbable. Well, that's how I wanted to phrase that. But you have done so many great things. And when 652 days are over and you come down to San Antonio, we're going to do it up. We're going to do it up in enormous ways. Don't let it get you down. You're too tough. You're too strong. You blaze right through that shit. We go right back to the capping. Res Mob loving Vermont first half. That's a huge line. We're going to talk about that here. One time says Oregon State was the difference between a winning night and losing night in college. All I had to do where the Oilers were to hold on and the Canucks, maybe wreak havoc in overtime. That's the first time I faded the Canucks 35 straight games. I finally back them. Doesn't make it for me. Disappointing. Let's roll here, fellas. 40 kid, yes. Those were very uncomfortable spots. I stayed off of the Mammoth game. But I said to everyone, I was like, look, I don't trust this Kings team at all. I wanted Vegas, but I was afraid to pull the trigger. It's time to get in the National Hockey League right now. We have a big slate. We got to work quickly. We have 48 minutes to work with. Please welcome the star of the Ice Guy, star of the NBA OG show, the star of the Hitting the Books YouTube channel. Great to have him back in business with us, and he's been simply spectacular in the NHL. One of the things when I started with Mr. Pierre Loshak down in Costa Rica was, and we were very fortunate, it seemed to always work out for us, was that one of us has to be doing a good job. One of us has to be. And we actually, for the 2+ years we were working down there together, we accomplished that. And I'm very thankful for our next guest, 12.03% ROI here on our show, over 215 bets. Please welcome Ian Cameron to the show. Ian, how are you, my man?
I'm good, Jimmy. It's good to be back. It's been a few weeks. Yeah, a little hiatus during the Olympic break, but we're back. NHL's back, and I'm back here on a Thursday at noon to 1 for my regular spot. It's been a great NHL season. I'm very cautious here coming out of the break. I'm the volume king normally, not so much last night, and it actually was a good thing I was lower volume last night, because if I had gone bigger, it wouldn't have been a great night. So, like I said, a little trickier handicap coming out of the break, but this is a good card. I like this card more than yesterday, so I think there's some good bets out there.
And we will attempt to find those good bets. Yeah, I was thinking about you yesterday when no goal was scored for the first 2 hours.
Never good for me.
I know. I was like, oh God. But I mean, I didn't know your action. But I was like, but I imagine that you would have kept it close.
That said, we did see some late games open up offensively last night.
No doubt.
The early games were pretty low.
No doubt. No doubt. Kong, we love you so much, man. You know what we do when we're upset about something, anything? We get capping. That's what we love to do. Let's get capping, man. We need to hear how you're getting paid today, Mr. Kong's Clips. Let's roll here. And let's roll. So let's get right into this. We start 7 p.m. Eastern. Columbus Blue Jackets 29-20-7, 14-12-3 on the road. The Boston Bruins 32-20-5, 21-8-1 at home. We're at TD Garden in Boston here. Boston was very good to me down the stretch. We have our confirmed goaltenders, Elvis Merzlikins here. And he was excellent to close out the pre-Olympic. He won 5 of 6, 2.03 goals against average, 924 save percentage. You could say that Rick Bowness came in, and it was the best that we've ever seen Merzlikins. I think that is a fair statement. He was fine in the Olympics. We have Korpisalo starting here, despite Swayman not playing much for Team USA in the Olympics. Korpisalo was looking good. 2.32 goals against average, 916 save percentage in his last 8 appearances. So both of these goalies have been playing well. Let's pull up the line history, hand this over to Ian Cameron, and see the plan of attack. Actually, I still have all my college basketball up. It's going to take me a second, so we'll get into the line history, but why don't we get right into analysis here? Take it away for us. Jackets, Bruins, Ian.
So I am going to be on Columbus here with a disclaimer that obviously, look, I was riding the Blue Jackets going into the break, and I'm worried the break maybe stunts their momentum and their rhythm a bit because, boy, if there's one team in the NHL you could say beyond the shadow of a doubt did not want the break to happen when it did, it was the Columbus Blue Jackets. They were rolling. They were playing great. I am a little concerned. Can they flip the switch, get it back again? But no doubt Rick Bowness has gotten this team to dig in, play better team defense, better structure. We're seeing players that struggled offensively start to pick it up as well. I mean, he's just pushed all the right buttons, and this team's played some really good hockey. So I'm a little bit trepidatious here. To take Columbus coming off the break and knowing that the break might have stopped this great run that they were on. But this is a team that should come out of the break with urgency. They're still on the outside looking in, although they have narrowed the gap to the teams they need to catch. And this is one of the teams they need to catch. Boston's directly right in front of them with that second wild card spot. And they're also trying to catch the Islanders, who are third in the division. And Boston's the only and another concern I have is Boston's great at home. I mean, 21-8-1, the home record for the Bruins. They played their best hockey at TD Garden. So with some concerns, I'm still on the Jackets here, Jimmy, in this game. Team I was riding going into the break. Like I said, is there some concern, that the break stunted their momentum? Yes, but at plus 102, I will grab Columbus here.
Plus 102 for the Jackets for Bobano. Let me get this all lit up here. Plus 102. Do we know if McAvoy is going to play?
Let me just check the latest on that, because that's an interest. Obviously, look, you've got to be on top of player personnel here these first couple days coming out of the Olympic break. You look at there was last night, Vegas stat majority of their top players and contributors that played in the Olympics. Nathan McKinnon didn't play last night, so very important to stay on top of who's in and who's out. It's Korpisalo, Merzlikins, and the latest update on McAvoy is that it'll be a game-time decision for him tonight. GT.
We have Boston opening up minus 115. They're now minus 112. Very slight move towards Columbus. From a total side of things, this one opened up at the 6.5. It's moved 2 cents to the over. The plus 104 over 6.5 has gone down to plus 102. Steve G on Columbus plus 1.5, and the under here. Billy says lots of teams on the second end of back-to-backs tonight. Overall teams on the second game of back-to-back are 119 and 159, 428 winning percentage, and 66 and 109 if the second game of the back-to-back is a road game. We will go over that. There's only one team on the front. I believe there's only one team on the front end of the back-to-back, that being the Minnesota Wild. Let me get this all here. The first thing that jumps out just purely from a market standpoint.
Florida, too. Florida's on the front end of a back-to-back. Florida plays tomorrow night as well.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to that Florida-Toronto game because supposedly Toronto's going to lose tonight and sell mode immediately. Even if they win tonight, sell mode is expected. But I'm looking forward to see that game. Here, you have to think that a team like the Bruins, 21-8-1 at home, to be almost a pick'em. I mean, it's not quite a pick'em, is screaming that the Jackets are live here. It's screaming that the books are very comfortable taking Bruins money. It's something I'm going to need to sit with a little bit longer. How could a 21-8-1 team, I know that they have their backup in, but their backup has been as good or better than Swayman over the last little while. It is a fishy line. Let's roll on to our next spot. This game is so interesting. New York Islanders 32-21-5, 16-11-3 on the road at the Montreal Canadiens, 32-17-8, 16-11-1 at home, Bell Center in Montreal, Quebec. You have to think that Slafkovsky, Suzuki, especially Slafkovsky, though, these guys are just going to be ready to roll. It was a coming out party of sorts. I know that he led the goals as a 17-year-old in the Olympics 4 years ago, but he sure looked dynamic against the best competition in the world. I was surprised quite just how big of a favorite the Habs were here. This is a Habs group that is expected to turn it on now down the stretch. We have a very healthy group. It's just a line A out for these Montreal Habs. And then for the Islanders, there is some concern still on the injury report. Let me just quickly get over there. But it is better than it had been. It's just players that are out for the season, and then Varlamov's not back. So I was a little surprised that this Islanders team that's 16-11-3 on the road, who has a big goaltending advantage. The rumor all over the place is up here on Toronto Sports Radio is that Habs are after Binnington, which is a surprise. But they've been dealing with these young goaltenders, and it's a lot to ask, especially now going into the stretch and going into the playoffs. I don't personally think that we could have a conversation about that another time, whether Binnington is the answer or not. But this is a 6 right now. We have a small move to the over. It's minus 113. It opened up at minus 108, so a 5-cent move to the over. And then when we get into the money line for this Islanders spot, Islanders are plus 129. They opened up at plus 132. I mean, if you look at this number, this line, we just talked about a Bruins team that's 21-8-1, and it's the tiniest sliver of a favorite. Here we have a Habs team that has struggled at home. Struggled 16-11-1. They've been phenomenal on the road, not very good at home. We have an Islanders team that's been rolling on the road this year, and a big favorite line here. The Habs are a big favorite. Take it away for us here, Bobano. Islanders, Habs.
Yeah, this one's a draw for me. Very clear. I think our good friend there, Slatsy, was onto this too, that these teams just play overtime, a lot of overtime head-to-head against one another. I think he mentioned it, 4 straight between these two teams, have gone past regulation. It's a big game in the stand. While Montreal's, trying to maintain a top 3 in the Atlantic. Islanders are trying to maintain a wild card spot, especially with the charging Columbus Blue Jackets. They're trying to maintain their spot 3rd in the Metro. But the Blue Jackets are right on their heels. So it's a very important game for both teams trying to, secure points here in this game. And like I said, we've got that very, very strong history of both of these two teams when they go head-to-head going past regulation. I'm just shopping around, see what the best current price is right now with the draw. But that is definitely what I am interested in here in this one, is this game to go to overtime. between the Islanders and the Canadians. We'll settle with the plus 310. It looks like best price with the draw here on DraftKings.
Were you at all surprised by the line when this came out that the Habs would be this big of a favorite?
Little bit. I'm not bullish on the Islanders, so I'm not. It would be Habs or pass for me, but not at this price. I thought it was, you're not getting a great bargain with Montreal here.
This is a very tricky couple days here.
I agree.
And draw at plus 310 for Bobano. We have Gibson, who looked is better than I expected. I mean, his overall numbers aren't that good.
3-4. Never mind. Get rid of that 310, 340 at FanDuel. Good thing I checked there. Wow, what a difference. Yeah.
Huge difference. Yeah. Linus Ullmark is in here. He came back and played 2 games after that very long. Personally, we don't need to get into the reasoning behind it, but he looked pretty good. It's a very tricky question, but what is your expectation of Ullmark down the stretch here? Is he going to be the number 1 state claim?
I would think so. I think you have to think that's going to be the case. But like I said, it'll be there's some questions that have to be answered with that.
Red Wings Senators. Sorry, I had moved on without talking about it. Sorry, moved on to the Red Wings Senator spot. It's our next spot here on the board. Sorry, Jose. It's been such right now, live betting is such a key when we cap 50 college basketball games to take advantage.
Oh, there is a college game going on right now. Yeah, Charleston.
Yeah, there's the Hampton game going on right now. Yeah. But it's very difficult to start your prep when you're still trying to make money off all the work that you did today earlier. So here we go. Red Wings Senators, our next spot on the board. And by the way, for the Montreal spot, Montembeault and Sorokin are the goaltenders there. Montembeault with an .875 save percentage. He looked okay in the AHL. I am surprised that the Habs are this big of a favorite. I respect it, but I am surprised. Here we have the Senators versus the Red Wings. Let's get into this one very quick. Ottawa, with some of the analytics, is an absolute wagon. They have been struggling with their goaltending. Stützle is sick right now. There's a bunch of guys who are sick coming back from Italy. I'm not sure what the latest on him is, but that is for Stützle. Let's get into the line history because we have another big favorite here in the Ottawa Senators at minus 150. They opened up at minus 140. They got down to minus 133 at 5:30 this morning. And it's come all the way back. That's a very interesting dip there. From a total side of things, we have a 6. It's minus 109 to the under. It opened up minus 108 to the under. Red Wings are sitting here 33-19-6. They're going to be buyers. Take it away for us, Bobano. Red Wings Senators.
Yeah, this one I like over 5.5. We'll see what the best price is, but I think we could see some goals here. By the way, worth noting that the 5.5 totals, more so than the totals of 6 and 6.5 in the NHL in the first games after the break, have been the most profitable for overs. It's been the 5.5 totals, not so much the 6.5 totals. And we saw those 2 late games that had a total of 5.5 last night. Both go over, including Vegas and LA. So this one, I think, gets over. 3 straight meetings, Detroit versus Ottawa, have gone over the total as well between these 2 teams. Yeah, minus 130 is the best price out there, Fanatics. So minus 130 with this over 5.5. Again, you're talking about 2 teams that I think are going to be trying to get after it here. It's a big game in the standings. Detroit, obviously, trying to maintain a top 3 in the Atlantic. Ottawa, if they're going to make some kind of push to make a playoff spot, it's got to start here. It looks like Stützle, by the way. Simon Edvinsson's the only player out for Detroit. He's the only player on their injury report. Stützle is a game-time decision here for the Ottawa Senators. So we'll see if he suits up. But regardless, I like this game over the total, 5.5.
Over 5.5. I think it's pretty easy to say if there's one team in the East that could go on a real legitimate run and be a menace come playoff time, for me it is these
I think
Ottawa.
Ottawa could be that team. Exactly. This is not the right price for me to back them, but I am looking to back them in spots. I am.
And the issue here, we need to know if Stutzla's in, but Cousins and Pinto, Stutzla, Cousins, Pinto, Lars Eller, top 4 centers. We have all these teams in the NHL, a weak group down the middle. That's a very strong group down the middle here. I'm interested in backing them. It's very expensive, and I won't do it without Stutzla. But I think that the Ottawa Senators should be bet as we move forward and through here. Let's roll on. Next up for us, we have Leafs, Panthers. Not a Leafs fan. And, I was raised to hate them. And I always enjoy when they struggle. I have their season win point total under. And it looks like it's all going to get blown up. The big interesting part here is no moves have been made throughout this whole journey. It's just like, it's as if the upper management has just let go and said, look, we're not a good team. We're not going to make playoffs. We're not going to take risks here. But there's a lot of anger that they've just sat back and done nothing. We have Woll in net here against Bobrovsky. Bobrovsky has not been very good. .870 save percentage. In that last 13 game run heading into the break, he went 4-9 with an .831 save percentage. It's hard to trust him at all here. But the Leafs are a fade. We faded them last night. And the question is, do we fade them again? And I think that we do. This total has not moved from the 6. It's -120 to the over. It's not moved since it first came out. And then on the money line here, we have the +135 for the Leafs. This one opened up at +141. And then, of course, we got to take a look at this Florida injury report that's just been a horror show all year long. Everybody who played at the Olympics is expected to be in, and nobody is expected to come back this week. And it's just Seth Jones, who's the big part of that on defense. Take it away for us, Bobano. We've heard that the Panthers are buyers, so they're going to be reloading. Curious to see what they do. Take it away here. Should we put our foot down on the throat of the Toronto Maple Leafs?
You could for the full game, but I do like them first goal, first period, and first period money line. This is just that angle that I'm going to talk about throughout this show. It's going to be a running theme. I want to back the teams that played last night against the teams that didn't, and are playing their first game after the break. I think that's a legitimate edge for the team that played last night. And now with Toronto off a loss as well to Tampa Bay, I mean, if you're going to see something from them, it's got to be early, okay, after last night, because your season is slipping away. And if you don't have a good first period tonight and you fall behind 2-0, all that doubt's creeping in again. And I'm pretty confident saying if they go down 2-0 tonight, they're not winning this game either. So if you're going to expect Toronto's best shot, it's going to come early. And this is an angle we're going to be going back to the well with throughout the show, backing these teams early that played last night against a team like Florida that's playing their first game following I think it's a legitimate edge for the team that played last night, especially early. They got their legs under them. The Panthers are just trying to, find themselves again, especially early, and get that chemistry back. At least Toronto's got that one game under their belt to maybe have established that a little bit. So I don't know if I want to back Toronto for the game, but this angle that I've talked about that I'm on with most of the teams that played last night against a team that didn't, we're going to roll with it here. So I'm going to be on Toronto, first goal, first period, +150 at FanDuel. First goal, first period, Toronto, +150, and also that first period money line on Toronto, and that is at +122.
It makes perfect sense here. Makes perfect sense. Dutch Boy Fresh in the house. Great call on the Nuggets. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. Dutch Boy Fresh has given us an NBA winner. 3-0. Undefeated on those. Great job, Dutchy. This makes perfect sense. The question is, do you trust this team that has heart and character? And
I'm trusting them for 20 minutes, Jimmy. What can I say? Do I trust them to win the game? I don't know. But they can do whatever they want after the first period. As long as they get me a lead after one and get the first goal of the game in that opening 20 minutes, I'll be happy. That's all I'm looking for. There are some teams that are on the back-to-back playing a team that is playing their first game. There are some teams I'm actually backing them on the full game money line. Toronto isn't one of them, though.
I love first periods with dogs. I love first periods, first quarters in NBA with teams that played the night before.
Yeah.
I love it. I just, I think there's certain teams here that are sinking ships.
Yeah.
That first period money line is very appealing. I don't know.
And they're good prices. Like, I think they're good.
Yeah.
The angle is sound. The logic is sound, and the price is really good. And if Toronto is worth a damn, they throw everything they've got at Florida in the first 20.
Let's talk about a team that we expect to throw everything they have at the Devils, and that's this Pittsburgh Penguins team with Sidney Crosby watching them. Disappointing to hear that he's going to be out for a month. He has been absolutely spectacular this year. It's a pretty healthy group, other than Sid the Kid, who is unavailable for the Pittsburgh Penguins. I don't trust the character of the New Jersey Devils at all. I felt very comfortable fading them last night. I think that Pittsburgh is going to give you every single ounce of energy here. We do have Shelovs between the pipes, and he's been excellent. The goaltending, the defensive accountability from the Penguins has been excellent. Last 7 games before the break for Shelovs, 2.10 goals against average, .922 save percentage. I want Markstrom is confirmed as well. Thank you, Slatsy Markstrom. As you guys know, a huge disappointment. The Fitzgerald decisions are horrific, and yet he still has a job. I know all about that because I'm a Vancouver Canucks fan. Jersey Devils, Pittsburgh Penguins, Bobano. I'll wait till you hear your breakdown, but this market move towards Pittsburgh Penguins without Sidney Crosby is unbelievable. -135 to -160 without Sid the Kid. I mean, it's just unbelievable. From a total standpoint, we have a 5.5. It's -125 to the over. I expect the Penguins to play very accountable under type hockey. Daredevil says Devil's money line is the pick. Philly Eagle Flyer on the Penguins. Ian Cameron, take it away. Devils, Penguins, PPG Paints Arena.
Now, this one I'm more worried about than the Toronto stuff we just talked about, but I'm on it. The same 2 bets with New Jersey that I'm on with Toronto. First goal, first period, and first period money line. First goal, first period for New Jersey here in this game. Let me just see what the price is there. Here we go. First, hold on. There we go. There we go. +155. Good price. I mean, absolutely. Really good price. First goal, first period, +155 Jersey, and +120 on the money line first period.
Sorry, what was the first goal, first period?
+155.
Okay, +155 and
+120 money line first period. Again, Devils played last night. They're off a loss as well. If they're worth anything, they're going to play a hard, strong first 20 minutes, come out strong, jump on a team that hasn't played yet, following the break. That's what I expect here. Do I trust the Devils to win the game? No, not really, not fully, just like Toronto, but I do expect that advantage to be on their side early. So give me the Devils, those same 2 bets. First goal, first period, +155, money line, +120, first period.
Look at down the middle for the Pittsburgh Penguins. Now a 25-cent move towards them. Raquel, Novak, Kindle, and Lizotte.
Yeah.
Good God.
Good God, she's right. Yeah.
Now, as much as we may want to fade the Penguins without Sid, I wouldn't want to do that here. I think they're going to really man up in their first game without him, and the market does as well. This is very tricky. I noticed that you're not on any over to speak of. I expect extremely accountable hockey from the Pittsburgh Penguins. We know the
Devils are a very tough team to bet overs with right now, and we saw that last night. And they weren't scoring all that much before the break either.
I am interested in moving on unders. I think we're going to get the absolute best of the Pittsburgh Penguins tonight. I'm unbelievably shocked by this market move towards the Penguins, which I do think has to be respected. Now, if you have conviction on your Devils look, then you can smile and say, well, I'm getting a better number here. And I get that too. Let's roll on. Tampa Bay Lightning, Carolina Hurricanes are at the Lenovo Center in Raleigh, North Carolina. Lightning 38-14-4, 19-5-4 on the road. Hurricanes 36-15-6, 21-8-2 at home. You know, it's feels like this is something I say. My futures are very exciting in NHL for me this year, but this is the one year where I don't have Lightning futures. I've lost a lot of money backing them over the last few years, and here they are looking like clearly the team to beat. Carolina does want to be involved in that conversation. This total opened up at 6 minus 125 to the over. Now it's minus 114 to the over. There has been a move towards the under, 11 cents of movement towards the under. The Hurricanes are having a tricky time reloading here at the trade deadline because they want players who will stick around. That's their MO. They don't want to play. They don't want rentals. They want players who will sign extensions. And a lot of people don't want to sign extensions, even though Raleigh seems like a nice place. We have a 1 minus 150 opener for the Hurricanes. Now we're down to minus 145 here. And then, of course, for this injury report and for who will be in between the pipes with the Lightning on the second half of a back-to-back. Jonas Johansson, of course, then, who has been better than we all expected him to be, honestly. Still 890 save percentage. Brandon Bussey, who wins. 23-3-1. 7 straight wins getting into the All-Star break with a 1.70 goals against average and 921 save percentage. Take it away for us here, Bobano. The floor is yours.
Yeah, this is the angle again. Tampa first goal, first period, and first period money line. This day is going to be made or broken by these back in these teams that played last night against these teams that are playing their first game after the break. But for that, it's Tampa Bay, and like I said, with the Lightning, to just be able to have that little bit of extra chemistry, and rhythm, having a game under their belt, obviously compared to Carolina. Much like I've talked about in the other games. So plus 150 for Tampa Bay, first goal, first period, along with that first period money line, which is plus 116.
Plus 150 and plus 116. This game means a lot to the Carolina Hurricanes. It means a lot to judge themselves with the Lightning. I think this is going to be, a low-scoring game here. Is that your thoughts? I notice you're not on overs here. Do you like or have interest in the under?
This one I'm torn on because the series history has been more unders than overs with Carolina, Tampa Bay head-to-head. That said, I didn't love necessarily the form of Johansson nearly as much the last few starts he got before the break. The last one in particular was pretty rough. He gave up 6 goals against Columbus. He has January 24th. He hasn't started since then, but I could see it still being a little bit low scoring. Carolina, Tampa Bay has kind of been that way the last few meetings. But yeah, no totals opinion for me.
I am very interested in the unders in Lightning Hurricanes. We will be very, very interested in the unders. Let's move on to Flyers, New York Rangers. So Slatsy's saying in the chat, we have Shesterkin back, sidelined for a month going into the Olympic break with the lower body injury. During those 14 games without Shesty, these New York Rangers went 2-11-1. Before he went down, he was playing exceptional hockey. Are we expecting him to just turn it on? I'll tell you that our friend TJ is. He says that he is expecting himself to be fading the New York Rangers through 90% of their games moving forward. But he believes that the advantage with Shesty over Urson, who has been so terrible, is one that you have to take advantage of. Urson has a 3.49 goals against average and 857 save percentage. Absolutely horrible here. The Rangers are dealing with injuries too. They're also dealing with sadness, man. Now, is Adam Fox going to be back for this one? We have Zibanejad sick, but is Adam Fox back?
He's in. Yep, he's playing. Fox is in. I think Zibanejad too is going to play from the looks of things.
The one guy who probably wasn't cheering for the U.S.
Actually, no, Zibanejad is still questionable for tonight. But
questionable?
Fox is in. Fox is in. Yep.
the Fox would have been the one guy who wasn't cheering for the NHL. His own coach and general manager did not want him on the team or to be a replacement player. This is a sad group, but there's a huge goaltending advantage. Let's get into the line history. The Flyers did very little in their first game back, that 3-1 loss to the Capitals. Let's get into the line history and see what Ian wants to do with this spot here. Now, we talked about with the Canucks yesterday how these teams that have been horrible come back with some hope. Not the Rangers. Not the Rangers. It's different with the Canucks. They have new players coming in. They have young players coming in. This is going to be a max exodus at the deadline. Panarin has already started the max exodus, but there is a line move towards the Rangers, and I get it, minus 125 to minus 139. There hadn't been until 11 a.m. this morning when there was a big 23-cent move towards the New York Rangers. From a total side of things here, we have a 6, basically, but I'm looking at a 5.5. The 5.5 is plus 113 to the under and minus 130 to the over, but that 5.5 has moved 10 cents towards the over. Ian Cameron, take it away. Flyers, Rangers.
Okay, so I'm on the Philly first goal, first period money line. Again, that angle's in play here. Team that played last night, the Flyers, against a team playing their first game following the break, the New York Rangers. So that's an angle we're attacking here once again. The Philadelphia first goal, first period is plus 150. And the Flyers first period money line is plus 108. So there you go, plus 108 with the first period. I'm also on over 5.5 in this game. This is a 5.5 total. I do like the over. And you mentioned Ersson hasn't been very good, and he struggled. And, we've certainly seen that throughout the course of the season, well below average numbers. Shesterkin in net for the New York Rangers. And we like Shesterkin, but even his season, has been marred by a team that struggled defensively mightily in front of him. Which is something to report. And, of course, this is a guy that missed the final month before the Olympic break with the lower body injury. It's just a long layoff. And you look at Anthony Stolarz for Toronto. Look at Aiden Hill for Vegas. Look at Mackenzie Blackwood for Colorado. Countless examples of goaltenders that have struggled in that first game after an extended layoff, an extended timeout due to injury. Constant examples of that really rough first game. Stolarz, Hill, Blackwood in these spots. So while we like Shesterkin, I don't think he's going to be necessarily on top of his game, tonight from him after being out so long. So definitely liking that over 5.5 as well. And that is minus 130.
Over 5.5.
Oh, sorry, minus 128, even better. Bet Rivers has it at minus 128, the over 5.5.
Sitting with TJ's thoughts, I think this is a different situation than the Canucks. I think the Rangers are going to be so much less than the sum of their parts. I want to challenge Shesty here. I want to challenge the Rangers. I'm going to have to sit with it longer. I didn't, certainly a Drewski on the Rangers money line. I did not have the conviction, before the show, but I'm building it. I want the Flyers. I think it should be a Flyers first period and full game. I think here, I don't question the heart so much. I mean, Michkov, you can question certain players on the Flyers, sure, but Tocchet is a scary dude. They basically no-showed last night. I'm very interested in the Flyers. And I want the Kraken. Let's get into Kraken, St. Louis Blues. The Blues are another team.
Here we go again, this angle again.
Exactly. This angle's so here with the Flyers and with the Blues, although this is, a part of your angle here has got to be, look how much money we've made fading the Blues.
Suck? That is part of the angle, yeah.
And the Kraken disappointed me last night, man. I thought that was a fine number. Plus 148 was a fine number to be on them. I think that we've seen this Blues team step up down the stretch year after year after year, and it certainly doesn't look like it is coming this year. I want to be on the Blues. Hofer is confirmed here for the St. Louis Blues, so they're not going to use Binnington out of the gate. Hofer did not look good in the last 4 games before the break. He did look good before that. Let's take a look at the line history and hand this over to Bobano, because this is feels for me like a Kraken first period full game here. This total opened up at 5 minus 130 to the over. It's now at 6 minus 122 to the under. Not much of a difference between those two numbers there. From a money line here, we have the Seattle Kraken at plus 119. I'm comfortable with that number. Opened up at plus 123. The initial move when this line came out at 8:10 p.m. last night was towards the Kraken. I agree with it. I like Kraken. Kraken first period full game here for me, and take it away, Bobano. I think this first period plan you have is gonna, deliver results for you. Take it away.
Yeah, I mean, wash, rinse, repeat. I mean, Seattle first goal, first period, plus 145. Seattle first period money line, plus 108. And I'm going a step further. Unlike Toronto, unlike Philly, unlike Tampa, some of these other teams I've talked about, I'm going a step further and also taking Seattle full game money line, plus 124 here in this game. I think they win this game. I think they got to respond after a very disappointing loss to Dallas. Now, credit to Dallas. Dallas played well last night, but St. Louis didn't play well going into the break. I don't think there's going to be any sort of miracle run. They're way too far back to make the playoffs. Robert Thomas trade rumors, great point by Billy in the chat. His name's out there that he might get dealt before next Friday's deadline.
And he's not in the lineup tonight, still with a leg injury.
No, exactly. And plus, he may not even play another game for the Blues. If he gets traded, they might just say, you know what, we need him. Just keep him out. And if we get a trade for him, we can just move him on. So I don't think there's going to be any sort of big save our season movement here from the St. Louis Blues down the stretch. Seattle. Now, Seattle had been horrible, all-time bad on a back-to-back. 17 or 18 straight losses on a back-to-back, but they snapped that skid earlier in the season, and they haven't been nearly as bad on a back-to-back. Plus, I still think the team on the back-to-back tonight has an advantage over the team that hasn't played since the break. So, yeah, I like Seattle in all three of those ways.
I like it. I like all of it here. Sorry, what did you get on the full game?
Plus 124.
Plus 124. Yeah. First period full game. I'm interested in the team total over as well. I don't. If I was general manager, I don't want anything to do with Kyrou. Robert Thomas is a huge scorer, as big a scorer as there is for any team. I think he's a real deal. I think he can deliver in tough spots, in tough areas, in playoff time. I would be extremely interested if I was a general manager. But he's going to be very expensive. It's going to be very expensive. Let's roll on. Blackhawks, Predators, Bridgestone Arena in Nashville, Tennessee. I've got a short little stranglehold on my hockey pool. I've been ahead since the very first day. And in 40 years of doing this, I've never seen anyone go from the first day and win it all. So I've been expecting. I had a really bad month leading into the Olympics, but now I got Carlson back for the Ducks. And the reason why I am, holding everything together is my 14th pick, Luke Evangelista, who I told you guys all about. Toronto boy. I have a friend who's friends with Luke's dad. The Predators were a wagon. Now the problem is Ryan O'Reilly, because of his contract, is he the most valuable player at the trade deadline? Would you say, Bobano, with the $4.5 million, he's the single most valuable player on the entire trade deadline? So Nashville Predators have very important decisions to make, and they'll only make these decisions, if they start losing here. And it's possible that they can get into that wild card spot. Predators, Blackhawks. Let's get into this line history here for this one. We have, Bedard ready to fire off the break. He's got to be just champing after not being selected and watching Celebrini become, everybody's favorite kid in Canada. We have Chicago at plus 145. They open up at plus 153. So we've had an 8-cent move towards the Chicago Blackhawks from a total standpoint here. We have this sitting right now at, here we go. Just blew past it. At a 6, minus 115 to the over. This did open up at a 6.5. It was minus 120 to the under. It's now minus 115 to the over 6. Let's call it maybe a quarter of a goal move towards the under. Take it away here for us, Bobano. Blackhawks, Predators at Bridgestone Arena.
Yeah, this is UC Saros, by the way, is a game time decision. There's a chance he doesn't start here tonight for the Predators, who had a very good tournament. After a rough first game against Slovakia, he was excellent pretty much after that for the rest of the tournament. So if it's not him, it's Justus Onninen for Nashville, and there's a pretty steep drop-off to Justus Onninen if he is indeed in between the pipes tonight for the for the Nashville Predators. Chicago should have Spencer Knight. Obviously, look, Chicago went 1-6 in their last 7 games before the break. They weren't playing well. They got shut out by Columbus that last game before the break, but it's not been much better for Nashville, right? 3-7 in their last 10 games. I think this price is too big. I think this price is just a little bit too big right here for the Nashville Predators in this spot, especially if Onninen's going to be in net as opposed to Saros against Knight. That is a little bit of an edge for Chicago. So I'm going to go with Chicago team total here over 2.5 at -118. Pretty good price for Blackhawks team total. And I'm going to take a shot on that big money line price, +160.
That was -118 on the team total?
-118 on the team total.
And then full game at +160. Jesus, that's a huge, huge, huge number that you are getting here. I get it. It's just this is a completely
Toonie bet for that price, by the way, +160. I mean, that's
big.
One of these newer Ontario books that opened, I think, a few months ago or several months ago, and I opened an account there months ago, and it's unreal how many times you'll see better prices there with certain games. Crazy.
Yeah, Drewski saying you like this over 6.5 better. What is keeping you off of? You just want to focus on that team total over 2.5. Did you?
Yeah, Chicago and Knight's a good goalie. Knight's capable goalie, and Nashville. It's Nashville too coming before the break. When you look at their offensive numbers, they scored a lot of games where they only got to 2 goals. So I'd prefer to just focus on the Chicago side of it. By the way, Chicago shut out Nashville the last time they were here in January, 3-0, and I think that was a game where Spencer Knight was in net. No, sorry, it was Drew Komet. That's right. That's when they had those injuries. That's when both Knight and Soderblom were out, because of the crazy flu bug that was running through the team, and Comesso started that night. But, yeah, I still like Chicago. I think they're live here.
I'm going to need more time on that one. Let's roll on. Wild, Avalanche, Ball Arena in Denver, Colorado. Look, Colorado showed their heart and their character, and I think they're in trouble here now. This 6.5 is a pick 'em. I mean, this is the perfect time, I think, to fade them after that incredible performance. I don't think the Wild should be this big of a dog. This opened up at +136. It's now at +127 here. You have Gustafsson listed here for the Minnesota Wild. There was a whole bunch of Avalanche players playing key parts in the Olympics, and it's not that the Wild didn't have the same situation, but the extra day, getting the faded team on the second half of a back-to-back, I wonder in here with the Avalanche, they're coming off of a big win, and the first period wouldn't be as enticing, or is it still?
This one, it's not as enticing, but and I'm only doing the first goal, first period on Colorado here. No money line. I'm not going to lay -140. With a first period money line here on Colorado. But that angle's in play. Minnesota hasn't played a game yet. Colorado with a game under their belt. But I'm only going to the first goal of the first period with Colorado in this game, which is +110 at FanDuel. I like over 6.5 too. I'm back on the train here with this Minnesota overrun. Over 6.5 for me. 18-2 to the over in their last 20 games. 21-5 to the over for the Minnesota Wild in their last 26 games since Quinn Hughes got acquired with Vancouver. So we've been riding these Minnesota overs. Again, just like with the Columbus bet, where you've been riding something before the break, you're always a little leery if, the break disrupts that rhythm. And all of a sudden, it's not as profitable, to be riding Columbus or in this case, the overs with Minnesota. But it's been too strong not to take it. And we should see goals tonight. And pretty good pace between these two teams. That's another thing, too. Why is Minnesota on this 18-2 run to the over? Because they're playing more tempo, more pace. The defense is getting more involved in the offense with Hughes and Faber in particular. I don't think their defense and their goaltending, especially from Gustafsson, has nearly been as good. And it's a perfect recipe for a bunch of higher scoring games. So, yeah, over 6.5 here, -102.
Minnesota Wild For me, I'll be on the Minnesota Wild money line. I have yet to bet it, but I will be moving on it. Still waiting for Brodeen. He's going to be out for another month. Steve G says Abs will be up for this game. No doubt about it.
Well, it's a big game. I mean, 7-point difference now between these two teams. It was 5 going into last night, but because Colorado got 2 points, and they're now 7 up on Minnesota.
That's going to be a fun game. Let's roll on. 10 p.m. Eastern. Calgary Flames, San Jose Sharks, SAP Center, San Jose, California for this one. You know, when I look at the analytics of Dustin Wolf, I'm beside myself. What the hell is wrong with him? This guy, so often the AHL goalie of the year becomes a Vezina Trophy winner. We see it so often. Markstrom didn't follow that route, but Dustin Wolf, you know, there was the thought that he was going to follow that route at some point. His, you know, saves above expected, all that stuff, horrible, absolutely dreadful. But the eye test tells me he's still got it. He's a tricky goalie. I bet you he's going to have a very strong year next year. I think both of these teams are excited to be here. You got Huberdeau off of the ice for the Flames. You know, Kadri going to be dealt at some point soon. This is a young group that wants the ice time, and Blake Coleman's got to be someone that teams want as well. For the Sharks, you got to think they're so excited to get back to business. This has been a cellar dweller for so long. They have real hope here. Sitting here at -126, I was a little surprised. I was a little surprised that they weren't more expensive. Team that's 14-9-3 at home, going up against a team that's 8-17-2 on the road. They should be more expensive. You know, it was a shock to me. It made it far less appealing. This total is a 6. It's -129 to the over. It opened up at 6.5 at the pick'em. It's not far from that at 6 minus. It's pretty much there. You know, it really hasn't changed. Take it away for us here, both, because it's not only Wolf ask about me, Yaroslav ask about me. I had higher expectations for what he's delivered. Trotsky doesn't look like such a fool for ditching the 12th overall pick now. Take it away, Bobano. Flames, Sharks.
Yeah, I agree with that sentiment. I think the price is cheap. Give me San Jose here, -124. I have no problem laying that price, you know. And I'll actually like that San Jose lost 4 in a row going into the break. I think they're a hungry team, you know, to get this back on track. And let's be honest, 2 of those losses were Edmonton and Colorado, pretty good teams. I think they got the right opponent to bounce back against a miserable 8-19 road record this season for the Calgary Flames. So they've really struggled away from home. Cheap price for the better of these 2 teams. Nothing more to add. You know, and we're tight for time anyway. So San Jose -124.
Yeah, it's too cheap for me. I don't want it. I understand. I get it completely. It should not be this cheap. It should be more expensive, I believe, against this Flames team. Something doesn't feel right here for me. Let's roll on to the final spot on the board. What a joke the Oilers are. Unbelievable. These decisions that are being made are horrific. I mean, this team, can you believe you're just going to waste McDavid and Draisaitl in their absolute prime? It's just astonishing. This is the first year I haven't had futures on the Oilers. I would like to have a reason to bet them. I want to back McDavid and Draisaitl, but there's no reason for me to do it here. Drewski on the Kings money line. I don't know what's going to happen to the Oilers here. I mean, I don't mean tonight. I just mean moving forward. They have. You know, I was going through their lineup and I was like, who would have put this together? When this season started, I was like, this is the weakest group of forwards they've surrounded these 2 guys with. It's just astonishing. Both teams coming off just lax defensive efforts. Both teams allowed 6 goals. Kings on the second half of a back-to-back here. We expect Ingram to be in net. I think it's clear. I mean, he came in, made 3 saves, allowed 1 goal, and they lose. Take it away for us here, Bobano, our final spot on the board, Oilers, Kings. I do know TJ has moved on the over. I imagine that's a pretty appealing spot. Take it away.
You got it. Over 6.5, -110. I got 6, but the 6s are gone. And I didn't expect this much of a push to the over, but it was 6 pretty, you know, it was 6 -110, -115 overnight. And the 6s got wiped out, and it's 6.5. I still like it at 6.5. And by the way, LA is a team I have circled, Jimmy, to be an over team now with Panarin. And we already saw the impact of Panarin last night. He had a multi-point game. The offense didn't look stagnant for a change. They scored 4 goals. And I think because this Kings team is going to be full of adrenaline and know that they're going to be better offensively, I think they're going to lose some of their discipline defensively. We kind of saw that last night. It's almost like they're pushing for more goals. They're so excited to have the bread man on the team, and they forgot how to play defense a little bit. And that's why I think they're going to play some overs moving forward, LA, and you're going to get cheap totals. Not so much tonight because of Edmonton, but, I mean, Edmonton's just worth betting over at this point until something changes. I mean, look at these last 8 games. The total number of goals in Edmonton games, 8, 11, 11, 7, 10, 7, 7, 11. I mean, 8 straight at Oilers games, minimum 7 total goals. So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Over 6.5 minus 110.
This is interesting. When this line came out 10:14 p.m., the over 6 was minus 125. Then there was a 10-cent move to the under. And then since then, it's just gone straight towards the over here. Oilers, Kings. Just astonishing the way these two teams played last night. Then we have the Oilers at minus 110. Opening up minus 107. I know we got to go and
the last 7 games head-to-head have been overs as well, Kings and Oilers.
If we were sitting at a sports book in Vegas and I put $1,000 on the table and I said, take a side, we'll split the profit.
Oh, boy. Kings. I actually say Kings because they don't want to lose 2 in a row at home with Panarin making his debut. And I'll take Kemper over Ingram. That's why I'll take the Kings.
Bobano, spectacular work here. I'll go over my action here in a second, but Bobano's on the over 6.5 in Oilers Kings. He's on the Sharks money line. He's on Colorado first goal, first period at plus
playoff revenge too. Not that it matters. I mean, they've already played each other this season, but I don't think you're going to have to ask the Kings to get up to play the Edmonton Oilers.
You're going to have to ask some of them. They're not all Drew Doughty.
That's right. Yeah,
this team has character issues.
Yeah.
Blackhawks team total over 2.5 for Bobano minus 118. Full game money line plus 160.
I'm just trying to make a bit of a stronger case for the team that I'm not betting in this game. Yeah, I'm not betting either side. No way. No chance. You can't take money out of my pocket and force me to bet a side in this game.
Kraken first goal, first period plus 145. First period plus 108. Full game plus 124. I'll go over my action here in a second. Bobano, Philadelphia first goal, first period plus 150. First period money line plus 108. Over 5.5 minus 128. We have Bobano, Tampa Bay Lightning first goal, first period plus 150, and the first period. Make sure I got the first period there at plus 116. We have Devils first goal, first period plus 155. First period at plus 120. Leafs first goal, first period at plus 150. First period at plus 122. I did put asterisks by that Leafs first period because it makes so much sense. I just have to get over not trusting these. The old guys at the arena, they call Nylander Mr. Casual. And anytime he goes in the corner, these 70-year-old guys are hilarious. They go, not my face. Oh, don't touch my face. Bobano over 5.5 in Red Wings, Senators, Islanders, Montreal draw at plus 340. Jackets money line at plus 102. Bobano back in business on Pub Sports Radio. Bobano, tell us a little bit what's going on with the Ice Guys, with the NBA OG show, and with the Hitting the Books YouTube channel.
Yeah, if you want more hockey talk, I'm on again in an hour. The Ice Guys, 2 p.m. Eastern, Monday to Friday, Saturday, Sunday, noon Eastern. 7 days a week, NHL betting show. The Ice Guys back on the air once again. NBA OG crew betting show with Ski, with Dutch, with Wham. Monday to Friday, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. And Hitting the Books with my guy, Connor Mack. Make sure you follow him on his new Twitter, Connor Mack Bets. He fell victim to the please vote for me bullshit. So make sure like Jose, poor Jose, man. He got.
I thought they were all going to get their Twitter back.
I know, jeez. But nevertheless, Connor Mack's got a new Twitter account now. Connor Mack Bets. Hitting the Books. We're on with members only for the channel members show Friday, 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. We also have college basketball shows Monday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific. Members shows Wednesday, Friday at that same time. Jimmy, good to be with you. It's good to be back on these Thursdays talking NHL. Good luck to everyone in the chat. Good luck to you, Jimmy, tonight. We'll see you next week.
Thank you, my friend. There he is, Ian Cameron. For me at this point, I'm interested in the Senators. They may be too expensive, but I am still interested in them. I don't know if I can get past the heartless Maple Leafs, but the first period does make sense. I want the under 5.5, or I may pay for the 6 in the first period under in Devils Penguins. And I do respect that line move towards the Penguins. Makes me want to fade these teams I've been fading in the futures market all year long. Unders in Lightning, Carolina, first period in full game. I want the Flyers. I need to sit with it with TJ's conviction on the Rangers, but God, the Rangers are another heartless group. We Kraken first period and full game. Do I triple up with a team total over? Possibly. I'm off the Blackhawks Predators game right now. Definitely moving on the Wild, and then I don't know, and then nothing for Flame Sharks and Oilers Kings, but I'll certainly be looking to live bet the Oilers if they go down. That is NHL for Thursday, February 26th. I was very nervous about the card, but now the card's opened up. Just takes a little bit of talk. Let's get into college basketball now, and I'm so excited to rock with our next guest. So many of you guys have stuck by me through the January of my worst nightmares, and we're climbing out 20-8 over our last 28 bets in college basketball. Our next guest has stuck by me through it all, through thick and thin, and always giving me words of encouragement, and I'm pumped up. And I can't think about anything else. It's so fucked up. You'd think when you're losing, it's something you would just not want to think about it, but it's all I can think about because I'm competitive. I'm not going to go out like this. I can't wait to cap the card with our next guest. Not only is he a star here, host of Walk-Off Wagers alongside Wine Time Sports with us every Thursday, but also one of the stars of the Sauce Network. Please welcome our guy, Morgan Spooner, to the show. Spoondog, what's happening, man? How are you?
I'm doing pretty well, Jimmy. Excited to get back on track. Had a nice winning day yesterday. Sunday, just things fell apart. Reverse swept 1-1 Monday. Lost about 2 units Tuesday. So it was nice to see a couple bets go through the hole yesterday. I'm excited to get back at it today. It's been a great season. That was the first time I've really been hitting them out. So ready to punch back?
I love it. Yeah, it's I'm 20-8 the last 3 days, so I need to continue to succeed. 11-7 for me yesterday. Just to go over quickly. Northern Iowa was disappointing. They tried to get me off Tulane. East Carolina was bad, but TJ and I moved live to take a bit of the pain away, and the fact that they cashed because it was money line. That's the first road team I bet live. I got had a friend kind of push me in the direction. I'm not betting road teams live. Mississippi State was trash. 0-4 of my first 4 bets, but UConn cashed, St. Joseph's cashed, Colorado cashed, Oregon State, fortunate to cash, Oakland cashed easy. You got me on Wofford, very thankful. American lost, but I cashed on them live. Western Carolina cash, James Madison cash, Texas +7 lost. I guess should have been a first half bet. Omaha lost. Grand Canyon was with you on that one. I was nervous. It was such a big number, and then it was just a smash and grab from the beginning. And Portland first half team total under 27.5. Watching that game, I was like, I should. What am I doing? Why am I only making 1 unit on this? I capped it right. I should be sitting here counting cash. I mean, the first half or the full game, whatever you wanted here. They were angry Bulldogs team. Let's get to work here. Jay Peasy in the house. Great to see you. Taint play of the day is in as well. Let's get right to work. We have 4 bets that we're going to work on with Morgan Spooner. This is his 4 bets. We're going to do that off the top. Then we're going to see if we can get through my action. I want to get through my action pretty quick because there's so many games I want to ask him about. They're all on the description. We're not going to be able to get to them. Jose's going to be jumping on after this here. We expect to get to NBA at 2:30 p.m. Another thing that's very interesting is that we've been against each other, unfortunately, for a bunch of spots here. Every single one of your bets was on my short list. I moved on one of them. But I'm so excited to talk about all these spots because they all made my short list, not on the other side of any of them, which is a great, great relief. Let's get to work. We start at 7 p.m. Eastern with the Campbell fighting Camels. I would have moved on this, but while I was putting my action out, I actually had to cut 2 bets. I was going to have 10 bets. I had to cut 2 because while we were doing it, there was a line move against the Campbell fighting Camels. I knew you were on it. We could talk about it on the show, so I just left it off. At the Drexel Dragons, 15-14, 9-7 in conference. We're in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania for this one. Let me just get the setup here. I'm a little bit behind with the NHL all over my computer. Why don't I take a second to clean everything up and get it out? Why don't you just, and I'll bring up the line history moves and things of that nature. Take it away for us. Your first bet on the board, the Campbell fighting Camels.
Campbell, Drexel, 2 teams meeting up in the CAA for the second time this season. I look at this game. I always look back to the first matchup. This was a 4-point spread in favor of Campbell the first time around with Campbell at home. Campbell won that game handedly by 21 points. And I think this is just a Drexel team. They kind of have their number. Drexel plays good defense, and they really rely on their defense to jumpstart their offense. I think that's just something that's kind of difficult with Campbell. They don't have huge turnover problems, and one thing they do is score and fast break a lot. Drexel's defense, you have to be able to set up to play good defense, and Campbell scores the most fast break points in the conference. I think it's just kind of a bad matchup the way the two teams meet up for Drexel, and to be able to get plus money on Campbell, I wasn't going to pass it up. I took the plus 100 last night. I see better numbers than that. You can get points with Campbell here. I just like the money line better. I think this is a game they outright win, and I much would rather have plus money associated with this bet than minus 110 or anything like that.
Yeah, I hear that, man. I hear that. Right now, Campbell, a game and a half back of Drexel in the conference. Let's touch on the line history here for the first spot on Spooner's 4-game card here. This one opened up where we used to play poker BOL at +1 at 3:10 p.m. It didn't move until 10 a.m. And that was when I was setting up all my action to get out. So it moved +2 at 10:04 a.m. Since then, there's been a 3-cent move towards Campbell. I think it's helpful to see, we always talk about what the offshores are doing. We also want to compare it to what the legal books are doing. So let's take a look at these legal books. Charleston taking care of business, man. That probably should have been on my card. Here with the legal books, we have 1, 2.5. Interesting. What book is that? BetMGM. Not a true flat 2.5, but a bunch of 2s. FanDuel and DraftKings -1.5 towards Drexel, -118. Hard Rock with a flat -1.5. Well, I will spend some more time on it. It was going to be one of my spots. Makes me a little nervous with the point move against them. Let's roll into the second spot on Morgan Spooner's card. This was another one I had on my short list. There's been a very slight move against this one, not from when Spooner moved on it. Liberty Flames 23-4, 15-1 in Conference USA at the Kennesaw State Owls 16-11, 8-8 in the Conference USA. We have right now this line opening up with Liberty -2. Within 49 minutes, this was a -2.5. It has not got back there. About 6 hours later, moved to -1.5, back to a 2. We're sitting at a 1.5 right now. It is juiced towards Liberty. There's not much of a difference between a -1.5, -114, and a -2 at -110. You could say that this line, isn't moving. From a total standpoint here, we have Liberty Kennesaw down to a 153.5. This one opened up at 156.5. Can't wait to break down Taint play today. Thank you for sharing that with us, Maddie Ice. Here is your second game on the slate. Spoons, take it away. Liberty, Kennesaw.
Yeah, this is an interesting matchup. Liberty is the best team in this conference. They've already clinched the #1 overall seed for the conference tournament. And Kennesaw is sitting 8-8, kind of bunched up in the middle of the pack. There's 3 other teams all tied at 8-8, or 2 other teams tied at 8-8. One team at 9-7, and 2 teams at 7-9. So with just a couple games left, there is some posturing left to be done in this conference race. But I think this is a spot where Liberty is off an embarrassing loss to Western Kentucky, 94-73 loss at home. You might think they had already clinched the conference and they benched some of their starters and just getting extra minutes in. That's not the case. They played all their starters. They just played a bad game. Western Kentucky came out, played a great game. I think after that, Richie McKay is going to have this Liberty team worked up. I thought this line would kind of move the other way. I took a -1.5, -110 last night. Looking at some of the sharper books, it appeared to me that this line would move towards 2.5, maybe even 3. So the buyback in Kennesaw is a little bit alarming, but nothing crazy. I just think this Liberty team should demand being at least a full possession favorite here on the road. I get the motivation angle. They don't really have anything to play for, but I don't see anything in Richie McKay's pass that says once we clinch a spot, we're not going to keep trying. And I think this Liberty team is one of the best teams he's ever coached. I think he wants to go out strong. I look for good teams to bounce back after embarrassing performances, and this is a team I consider to be really good.
Yeah, the bounce back. Will there be a bounce back here is the question, and I get why you expect there to be a bounce back. And that was a huge winning streak that was snapped there. They met on Friday, January 2nd It was a home 81-73 victory for these Liberty Flames. In that one, they were opened up as 8.5-point favorites, closed as 7.5-point favorites. As you can imagine, it ended at 8. That's what we're dealing with these books. Billy Friedrich, Kennesaw State, 3-7-1 against the spread at home. But Matty is saying Kennesaw, very good home court metric team. Says line seems fishy here. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. So we have Campbell money line, Liberty -1.5 for Spooner. And now we get to the corner of Bag and Spoon Boulevard on the St. Thomas, Minnesota Tommies. We also have Matty Ice, very interested in backing St. Thomas's team total. I've not had great success with the Tommies this year. This is a big game. North Dakota State Bison, they're 13-1 here in the Summit. The Tommies are sitting in second, but 3 games back here. And they're coming off a very tight loss at Denver. Their last 3 games have been on the road, so they're coming back home. And they have been good at home. This is not seniors night. That is Saturday versus Omaha. They took out Oral Roberts, who's very weak, by 17, and Kansas City Roos, another very weak team, by 35. They lost to North Dakota in the home game before that, beat South Dakota State. And here they have North Dakota State. They went to North Dakota State on Saturday, January 17th. They lost that game 68-65. They played well. They were 2.5-point dogs and lost that one by 3. So is there Rebenga? Spoons got in on St. Thomas at -3. I got in at -3.5. Now, when I got in on them, I thought that I wasn't going to be able to bet them, because that line had moved towards St. Thomas, and I was questioning whether it had moved too far, but it came back. And I wasn't sure at that point, should I be nervous about it? The line came back in the Stanford game last night. And so I could have got in at an 8.5, a couple hours before tip-off. And, of course, they win by 8. Buyback is a scary thing here. Let's just go over exactly what's happened. First off, the total opened up at 156. It's now 155.5. And then on the spread for this spot, we have a 4.5. That's a good thing to see. So this opened up at 2.5. It took an hour and 30 minutes to get to 3. Then it took 12 hours to get to 3.5. Then at 7:30 this morning, it was a 4. 9:12 this morning, went back to 3.5. That's when I moved. Right now, it moved to 4 at 11:57 a.m. And then 21 minutes later, it moved to 4.5. This is all very pleasing to see. Take it away for us here, Spooner. North Dakota State, St. Thomas, Minnesota at the Lee and Penny Anderson Arena in St. Paul.
Yeah, this is an exciting spot, in my opinion, for St. Thomas. This is a team that's won or lost 5 home games in the last 4 complete seasons. I think they get right here versus North Dakota State. The line was 2.5 there on the road for North Dakota State being the favorite. So pretty strong move from the books in favor of St. Thomas, making them 4.5-point favorites at this point. I saw 3 openers. That's what I moved on, the St. Thomas -3. I'm still comfortable with this. I thought this number should have been closer to 5.5. I think St. Thomas, recent form, they're coming off 2 or 3 losses, both of those on the road versus teams they really could have beaten in Denver, Nebraska, Omaha. Definitely a step up in competition to have to face North Dakota State. So I almost expected this line to be shorter. Seeing the confidence the books had in St. Thomas added to my confidence here. North Dakota State has played great basketball. They only have 1 loss in conference play. It was to Denver at home. They're on the road here, 23-6, 13-1. They have the Summit League wrapped up. 10-4, 10-5 are the next closest teams, and St. Thomas still can wrap up that 2 seed. I think St. Thomas has the best player on the court. This is a new building for them this year, the first year in it. It's not quite the same atmosphere as it was last year, but those fans still show up. I think this is a great St. Thomas spot.
Yeah, I'm right with you. So excited here to be on the corner of Spoons Boulevard alongside you. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board. I want to get on the Northern Colorado Bears train. This is a tricky one. Eastern Washington's won 6 straight. North Colorado's won 7 straight. These are 2 teams moving in the right direction clearly. The second win and the last loss for Eastern Washington. Second win for Northern Colorado was at home against Eastern Washington. They beat them 74-71. Both teams just clearly moving in the right direction. And I got cold feet. In that one, North Colorado opened up at -5.5, moved to -6.5. And that total was 156.5. Let's compare that to what we are dealing with right now for this one. Here, there we go. Here we have, wow, okay. This line's all over the place, man. Wow, now it's becoming more appealing again. Wow, okay, so North Colorado opened up at a pick'em. An hour and 22 minutes later, they were -1.5. Appealing. 2 hours later, it's a 1. 11 p.m., we're back at a pick'em. At 8 this morning, Eastern Washington became the favorite. Then I didn't realize this. This had moved back to Northern Colorado. I didn't realize this. So then at 9:30, it moves to a 1.5, and then a half point back to Eastern Washington. So right now, we have Northern Colorado -1 at -109. So we moved 1 point in their direction. When we get to the total here for this spot, we have, and we talked about the 156.5 that was last game. It's 156.5 again. Open up at 156. Take it away for us, Spoons. Very interesting spot. Reese Court, Cheney, Washington, home of the Eastern Washington team that's won 6 straight. Take it away.
I go into the card and I just kind of pick certain teams out that like stand out to me, maybe teams that I've watched play more than others. And I kept those games a little more heavily. This is a game my eyes immediately went past. Eastern Washington has stepped up a lot in the second half of the season, winning 7 straight games now. Their last loss being to that Northern Colorado team that they're playing today. I think naturally it seems like a nice spot for Eastern Washington to get their lick back on Northern Colorado. But the more I look at this, I mean, Northern Colorado has also won 7 in a row, but like out of these two teams, we expected Northern Colorado to do that. We didn't expect Eastern Washington to do that. This is the definition of a buy high if you're trying to get on Eastern Washington here, in my opinion. This line should be Northern Colorado opening a favorite of between 2 to 3, and it's not, and it's because of recency bias. And I'm happy to fade recency bias. I think overreactions and lines are something we can get in front of. And I'm not trying to say Eastern Washington is a bad team. I don't think they're going to get blown out here, but I think Northern Colorado is head and shoulders the better team in this conference. I like them quite a bit here today.
Big sky action here. Northern Colorado, Eastern Washington. I'm going to have to spend more time here. Let me copy and okay, there we go. So that's Spooner's 4 games of action. Northern Colorado money line at -105. St. Thomas -3. The Liberty Flames -1.5, and Campbell money line at +100. The 4-game card here for Morgan Spooner. Let's roll into my bets. Now, selfishly, I want time to ask Spooner about my leans, but that's not what's important is what I bet, so you guys know that what has been moved on. So I'm not going to be selfish here and just say, look, we don't need to talk about any of my bets. Let's talk about what I might bet. So let's roll through these. We have 35 minutes more of the Spoon Dogs expertise. Let's roll. My first bet is 7 p.m. Eastern. In the end, I only have 1 bet on the 7 p.m. slate. I have a ton that I want to ask about here, but just 1 bet, and that is the Wagner Seahawks. We are in Staten Island, man. Staten Island, New York. Wagner Seahawks hosting the New Haven Chargers. You know, in the St. Francis game, I want to ask you about so badly. I got cold. At first, I told you guys when New Haven played St. Francis, the first thing I wanted to do was fade fade St. Francis as soon as the line came out. And then I started thinking more about it and not entirely sure what was going through the head of St. Francis with their last 2 games in Div 1. And St. Francis looked great. They snapped New Haven's 3-game winning streak. Wagner has won 2 straight, both on the road. They got dummied by Long Island, which was disappointing. It was at Long Island. But other than that, this is team playing well. And their last 4 games have all been on the road. Now Wagner is back. So I see this as a team playing their best basketball of the year right now. They've won 5 of their last 8 games. And they lost to New Haven at New Haven 80-74. It was back on January 17th. New Haven took a 44-33 lead at the half. New Haven shot 53% from the field and 54% from 3, 93% from the stripe. Only turned the ball over 9 times. Wagner shot worse, turned the ball over 17 times. Where Wagner had the huge advantage, there was just one who was on the glass. They dominated the glass. I need them to do that again here. Wagner were 1.5-point dogs then on the road. At that point, New Haven, and also, of course, as Spooner, I'm sure will allude to, New Haven can't, win the conference tournament. They can't play in NCAA basketball. This is their first year over in the NEC. So Wagner has a lot to play for, and the question is, does New Haven? So here we go. Matty Ice saying Wagner at home has one of the worst home court metrics of college basketball, but they are playing good. However, it's been on the road. Home revenge angle, though. So I'm on Wagner, -2 at -110. Let's get into this line history now. First off, with the total. God, where is here we go. We have a 131.5. This one opened up at 130.5. And then from a point spread, God, this always makes me nervous when I haven't looked at it in a while. So Wagner's still sitting here at -2 at -110. This line has not moved since this came out at 7:28 p.m. yesterday, not 1 cent. Take it away here for us, Spoon. Chargers, Seahawks, Staten Island.
This is an interesting game. New Haven, this is their first year in D1, so they're not NCAA tournament eligible. So at the end of the season, I kind of have questions about where the just motivation comes from for this team. It gets a little questionable, but I mean, they're playing a Wagner team that they've already beaten this year. If anything, New Haven probably feels a little bit slighted, but you know what you're signing up for when you step up to the D1 level. Wagner, the first game, they had Jaden Baker, their starting point guard, in that game. He had 18 points, hit 5 threes, went 5 of 6, and Jaden Baker has missed the last 2 games for Wagner. If New Haven was a couple of years from now with the same team in the same spot, and I knew they had a chance to make the tournament and go on a run in their own tournament, they will still be playing in this conference tournament. They can win it, but they can't do anything with that. I kind of think New Haven steps up here. Without Jaden Baker, I mean, those 18 points, Wagner still lost that game by 6 points. I don't know where they're sitting without him. Obviously, they've been playing pretty well their last couple of games without him, so maybe it doesn't make too much of a hiccup. I lay New Haven in this matchup, and it's a spot I kind of like, but I'm not betting it. I just don't necessarily agree with the side you're on.
Wagner Seahawks for me here, and nervous hearing that your thoughts on it, but I do think the fact that positioning does not matter to New Haven, that they can't menace, the motivation that you touched upon was an important theme for me with revenge and how well they have been playing despite injuries.
So if anything, I think they show up in the conference tournament, not these last 2 games. And that's kind of what I have circled for New Haven. I think they play really well in that conference tournament. We've seen teams win their own conference before when they haven't had a chance to make it. I think this is one of those teams. It's a very weak conference.
I completely agree that the teams, the motivation comes back because they want to prove to everybody what they could have been. So I agree once a team gets to the conference tournament, but here feel like it's a little different. We shall see. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board here. We have South Dakota State against the Kansas City Roos in the Swinney Center in Kansas City, Missouri. 12 straight losses for the Roos here. Now they come back home. This is not seniors night. That's on Saturday versus Oral Roberts. This is a team losing by margin, losing nonstop. And they lost 90-62 at South Dakota State. And I just see a team giving up. Menzies is gone at the end of the year. They have a new coach coming in. He's not in right now, as far as I know. They're letting
No, he's not.
Yeah, they're letting the coach finish off this season. I just see a team not trying. And I've been hesitant to back, favorites at this number. I stopped being hesitant in the last week, and it's been rewarding for me. South Dakota State Jackrabbits are sitting here 6-8 in the Summit League. They're third to the bottom of the ledger. They're a half game back of South Dakota, a game and a half back of Denver and Omaha. And I think that they want to smash and grab here. They just beat North Dakota at home, so now they head out on the road. We just watched them in a similar situation against Oral Roberts. They beat Oral Roberts by 18. And I'm on the Jackrabbits to deliver here. Winners of 2 of their last 3. They have South Dakota on Saturday, an important game, but I think they want to smash and grab here. I am on South Dakota minus 12 and minus 110. It felt like a number that they could accomplish. They were going to come in, and here's a team that's 6-8 in the Summit League. This is a must win, and I expect them to do just that. But this is 11.5 now. This opened up at 11. It moved to 12.5 within 2 hours. That 12.5, it went back to 11.5, then back to 12.5 again at 9 this morning. Right now it's 11.5. It is minus 115 towards South Dakota State. I just see a team that's given up with a coach who's, about to coach his final 2 games. No, he's not going to be there next year. It feels like the Roos aren't even trying to showcase for next year. It just feels like they've given up. Now they're at home here, but it's not seniors night. Take it away for me, Spooner. I'm on South Dakota State minus 12.
Yeah, I like the side you're on here. I think the only argument I could really make against it is just that they have a little bit of a look ahead to South Dakota. South Dakota State right now, kind of bunched up in the middle. They're towards the bottom of the middle, but if they win their next 2 games and they beat South Dakota will obviously take their loss. They could jump all the way up to 4th place in this conference. That helps them a lot in the positioning at the end of the season. I think they definitely handle this Kansas City game. They beat this Kansas City team 90-62 in the first matchup. The next worst team in this conference is Oral Roberts, and South Dakota State handled business there 95-72, 87-69 in the 2 matchups. I don't see any reason they can't do that again versus Kansas City today. I agree. It looks sort of like Kansas City's given up. I would like to get behind South Dakota State here. I hate these huge numbers, but I might join you on this action.
Excited to hear that. Matty Ice also signing off on this spot. Let's roll on to my next spot on the board. I'm nervous about this. Heading over to the SWAC, and I'm on the Rattlers here. I've got 2 bets that I've made in the SWAC today. Look, Southern Jaguars are, it's still important for them to win. They haven't let go at this point yet. Also, with a bit of a concern is that, Florida A&M already beat Southern 67-59. That was the beginning of a 5-game winning streak for them. That fell off. They ended up, after the 5-game winning streak, losing 4 straight. And they have Southern here, then Grambling, and then Bethune-Cookman. I felt like it was too many points. Another way of looking at this was that, it's expensive for a reason. It's something usually that I do gravitate towards. Southern just smashed Grambling, got the bounce back from that loss at Texas Southern. So they smashed Grambling by 14. They're feeling good about themselves. And when I look back at it, I was like, maybe I should have just been on the Rattlers first half. When these teams played each other, the Rattlers didn't shoot well. Southern shot terribly, but the Rattlers shot 42 from the field and 26 from 3. They out-rebounded Southern. They did play a little sloppy. That spread was Florida A&M plus 4.5. So I thought that this line on the road was actually giving the Rattlers some credit. So, just a 5-point swing. Let's take a look at the line. And this is with Southern playing really good basketball. I'm very nervous to see this line history. This one's popping off at 8:30. This swaction for me. I'm looking at a 9. That is what I got. I got the plus 9 at minus 106. This opened up at 9.5, and after it was available for 12 hours and 4 minutes, it moved to 8.5. And it moved to 11:16 back to 9. So we still have a 0.5-point move towards Florida A&M. Wine time wanting Southern here in this one. We're in Baton Rouge. I just feel like Southern got that big win over Grambling. The Rattlers need to win here. They're just a game back of Southern. I think they can keep this within striking distance. Maybe I should have been focusing on how big the line was. But when I compared it to the first meeting, I was like, well, this just makes sense. This is where it should be put. Take it away for us here, Spoon. Rattlers, Jaguars.
Yeah, I think this line shows respect to Southern for good reason. They're probably a top 3 team in this conference. And one thing that bothers me about them is they really struggle to play 40 minutes of good basketball. Kind of remind me a lot of Toledo, where they can play 20 minutes of just like excellent basketball, and they generally pair that with a bad second or first half, depending how it goes. It's not super consistent which half Southern shows up in, but they do go on streaks. They're very streaky. I think Florida A&M gave them their best punch in that first game, and I question whether they can do that again. I do believe that Southern is a much better basketball team at this point in the season. Florida A&M coming off some big wins here recently, 3 of their last 5, but Southern's a step up in competition from any of the teams they played since the last time they saw Southern, and I just think this is going to be a little bit of an issue for them. I think this spread is big for a reason. I'm not going to be involved with it, though, because like I talked about them being streaky, they can also go on scoring slumps, and Florida A&M finds a way to keep this within a possession or two. I don't want to be involved with that huge number, but kind of lean Southern.
Yeah, same with wine time. We'll see. We'll see how it bangs out. Let's head over to the OVC for the next spot. We head to Edwardsville, Illinois. Western Illinois has played 4 straight home games. On the road, this team gets annihilated. They got their win. It's a 1-17 group. They got their win. SIU Edwardsville here has struggled at times. They've lost 3 straight games against 3 tough teams. No, Tennessee Tech, maybe not, but they lost at home to UT Martin. That snapped their 4-game winning streak. Then they lose to Tennessee Tech on the road. Then they get annihilated by Tennessee State. On Saturday, they lose 80-53. And they're going to take it out on this Leatherneck team that doesn't try once they get on the road. Here was another spot where I was like, look, I see this Leatherneck team fall apart, especially in their first road. Look at what their last road game, and you got to go back a ways. Again, they just played 4 straight home games. Their last road game, Tennessee State, they lose by 27. Then Tennessee Tech, they lose by 25. Southern Indiana, they lose by 32. Now, they menaced against Morehead State, which is a bit of a surprise. There was a little stretch there where they were playing some okay basketball. Well, it's over. It's over. This Leatherneck team now going out on the road against, what do you want when you play the worst team in the league? You want accountability. And, well, you just lost by 27 points. Step up right now. And I expect SIU Edwardsville to deliver. I got minus 14.5. I got the minus 14.5 and minus 105. Let's take a look at the line history. This one's popping off at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. And let's get into the line history. This has SIU Edwardsville still sitting at that 14.5. This opened up at minus 14. It moved to 14.5 at 2 a.m. It's just sitting there. And then from a total standpoint, for those of you guys who are moving on totals, we have this one at 135. It's climbed from the 132.5 that it opened at. I think they smash. They must smash. They've lost 3 straight. They're playing like trash. You want to see the Leathernecks give up, send them out on the road. Take it away for us here, Spooner. A big favorite here in Edwardsville.
Yeah, this is a huge number for SIUE to be laying. I'd be very confused what team they'd be laying it to if I didn't know they were playing Western Illinois. But this team looks really bad. They have 1 conference win on the season. I'm glad they got that. They needed to find one, and it came against their rivals. 2 games left. I think this season's over for this team. I can't get there with 14.5 with SIUE. It's a huge number. I'm sure it's for a reason. They don't want you being able to easily fade Western Illinois, and I think you're probably on the right side here. I don't have the balls to push that button, though.
Billy Friedrich says SIUE has only covered that number twice this season, and that was versus UTSA and Alabama State. UTSA and Alabama.
Both of those teams are better than Western Illinois.
Western Illinois, there's only 3 teams worse. Gardner Webb, Coppin State, Mississippi Valley, according to Ken Palm. So Western Illinois ranked 362. If they hadn't have just lost by 27 points and were on a 3-game losing streak, I wouldn't be on it. That's where I think I'm getting the advantage here. And it's always what I look for when you're dealing with a terrible team. Are you getting a team that's going to give you everything that they have here? Lex saying aren't losing teams playing for nothing at this point. Yeah, I mean, some losing teams, the worst losing teams. Some teams are still, caring about their conference seed.
So built into that is all these kids are now like recruitable by all the other teams. So like these kids, the last couple of games of the season, even if it hasn't been a great year, these kids want to play D1 basketball, even if it's not at SIUE or Western Illinois next year. And I think you could see strange pop-up performances from some of the bad teams here late at the end. I don't think anything is a blanket statement where you can just fade all teams that are sort of going under. Situations are situational.
Yeah, I agree. And that home is generally when I want the worst team that there is, depending on if there's any audience.
Getting blown out like that and now laying 15 points is a huge tell from the books. I definitely think you're on the right side. Like I said, I just can't physically do that. That's difficult.
No, I feel you. Let's roll on to the next spot on the board here. Let's roll. We have Hawaii Rainbow Warriors 19-7 and 11-5 in the Big West at UC Davis. Aggies 17-11, 10-7 in the Big West. University Credit Union, Davis, California. It feels to me like teams have caught up to Hawaii. UC Davis is playing some pretty good basketball, especially at home. Hawaii bounced back from those two losses. One of those losses was to Cal Poly. UC Davis just dusted Cal Poly at home 67-58. This is a team here that's won 5 of their last 7 games. And, they're beating teams by margin at home. If you go through their last few home games. Now, they did lose. I have backed them on the road a couple times and lost. I've got it all back at home with these Aggies. And now Hawaii comes to town. This is very important. Everyone knows the status here of conference action. Hawaii is being on top of that ledger all year. They're now tied with CSUN and UC Irvine. We have UC Davis a game and a half back, tied with UC Santa Barbara and Cal State Fullerton. These guys are all, tightly bunched. And I'm backing UC Davis here, a +2 to take out Hawaii. So now Hawaii, they've been fine traveling. Lex Steele here is on Hawaii. Look, I get it. I just think that the teams have caught up here, and UC Davis being one of them. This total is a 147.5, open at 147.5. Not much to that, but here with the side here, UC Davis down to a +1, and that +1 is juiced. I like seeing that. They opened up at 2.5. It took less than an hour to get to 2. It moved to a 1 at 9:11 p.m. Moved to a 1.5 at 2:01 a.m. And it got back to a +2 at 7:30 this morning. That's when I moved on at +2 at -110 at bet 365. I'm on the Aggies here to send a message to the Rainbow Warriors. First time they meet here. Take it away for us here, Spooner. What are your thoughts? Big West action.
This was one of the first games that stuck out at me as a game I kind of wanted to bet. I was looking at Hawaii thinking that they're probably the best team in this conference. They're going on the road to UC Davis, and Hawaii is one of those teams that has a major home court advantage, and I realize that's baked into a lot of their statistics, but they just look like a much better team on paper than UC Davis. Haven't watched a ton of these teams play basketball yet this year, and I asked Toast on the show his thoughts on this game because neither of us had a lot of bets going into the day, and he really liked UC Davis. I think he ended up moving on it. It was enough to keep me off the Hawaii side, and I spent more time looking at UC Davis since then, trying to get onto that side. I do like the level of basketball they're playing at right now, but it seems like when they've had to step up in competition versus UC San Diego, CSUN, the better teams in conference, they've struggled. Other West Coast teams like Seattle, they lost to. And I just question whether UC Davis has the ability to step up versus Hawaii. If they're ever going to do it, it's going to be at home with Hawaii on the road. I don't think Hawaii is playing their best basketball right now. The last time they met, Hawaii had an extra starter in their lineup, Clater, and he's out for the rest of the season, I believe. So it's a little bit of a different team. And that first matchup wasn't a game UC Davis couldn't have won even on the road. So I like the side you're on here. I think it's a little simple to get to Hawaii, and I'm glad I'm not on that side.
2 more spots for me, and then I can rapid fire some questions to you. I know there's one game that I need to ask you about, and it's at the very end of the leans. That's what it's under right now in the video description, are bets that I would like to make. Let's talk about the next spot on the board. You want expensive? This was expensive. Prairie View A&M in the SWAC today. We're at Prairie View, Texas here for this one. Shout out to JD in the house. Look at that. O'Brien Palmer becomes a PSR Silver member, so we can rock with him in the Discord. JD with a $9.99 donut to bless our action. Thank you, guys, man. It means a ton. It means an absolute ton, man. Thank you. Thank you. It pumps us up, man. Let's keep rolling. We head to Williams Nick's building in Prairie View, Texas. Go back to the SWAC. And Prairie View A&M is very expensive here. They're coming off an 84-82 loss at Arkansas Pine Bluff. They faced Jackson State earlier this year. They lost 82-78 against Jackson State. They weren't playing very good basketball then. They're playing better basketball now. At the time, Prairie View then, they opened up as 1.5-point favorites and closed as 1.5-point dogs. They're big favorites here for a team that's 6-9 in conference. That's back. It's I had to figure out why. Where are they so expensive? And then I started going over their home games. So they took out Grambling by 5. They lost by Southern by 5. They took
Covered.
out Texas. Oh, sorry.
I said covered that game though.
Yeah,
My bad.
absolutely. It was important win for Gamblers against Southern. They beat Texas Southern by 7. So the last, they had a debacle against Alabama A&M, but the last, 3 home games, I see a team moving in the right direction. And I could understand why it was this expensive. When we talk about Jackson State, they just got beaten up at Alcorn. That's not new for them. This is a team that struggles on the road. When we go over to their road game, so they lose by 18 at Alcorn State. The game before that, they lose by 21 at Arkansas Pine Bluff. They beat Mississippi Valley State. Mississippi Valley State, arguably the worst team in all of America. They barely get past the Rattlers, 66-65. Look at the game before that. They lose on the road. Now, Bethune-Cookman's been great this year, but they lose by 37 points before that. I think that Prairie View has an answer for them. Shout out to the Goracle in the house. Purdue alt spread -8.5. So I'm on Prairie View A&M. I got the -5.5 and -110. I thought about paying for the 5, and I was like, it's just bad business. But here I am on Prairie View A&M. Let's take a look at what's gone on with the line history. It's still 5.5s everywhere. This moved to a 6. Wow, it moved to a 6 an hour and 10 minutes ago, but then back to a 5.5 20 minutes later, which isn't a great sign. But this is a big number. This is a big number. I can understand why anybody would be like, wow, Prairie View A&M, this big of a number. We got Drewski on the under 161. Take it away for us here, Spooner. Swaction. I'm on Prairie View A&M.
I think Prairie View is the better team at this point in the season. Jackson State probably has the best player on the court tomorrow or today with Ruffin, but I don't think he's going to be able to carry this team. He sustained an injury 5 games back, missed a couple of games with it. This Jackson State team isn't playing their best basketball right now. I don't know what I think of Prairie View at the moment. I think this is a big number. It's definitely expensive, and if you're using that to judge how confident the books are, they're very confident in A&M here. I would have expected this number to be a little bit shorter than what it is, maybe 3 to 4 opener.
I was surprised as well. And then I've gained confidence, and maybe I should have looked that way with the Florida A&M Southern game and gotten off of the Rattlers because it was so expensive. But I thought the line made sense here. The line's a 7-point difference with Prairie View A&M at home, and I think it's makes sense. My final bet here is a spot that I know you were looking at. Big West action, Premier America Credit Union Arena in Northridge, California, home of the Cal State Northridge Matadors. CSUN has stepped up in a huge way of late. Look, we know UC Irvine certainly got a lot of attention over the last couple of years in this conference, and CSUN has come up. And I'm on CSUN on the money line here. It was a very low VIG situation. I got -103. and I felt that it was worth the shot here. Let me just get over to these notes here for this spot. And let's get into the line history. So I got the minus 103 here on CSUN. I'm on the spread right now, which I can switch, but look at that. CSUN now a -2 at minus 106. Oh, that's really good. So this opened up -1 at minus 110. I told you I got the money line minus 103. Now it's a -2. It moved at 11:06 a.m. to -2, minus 109, and now it's -2 at minus 106. So sitting there, as the favorite here, which I think they've earned. I think it's legitimate. CSUN's just playing good basketball. When we get to the total, for those of you guys looking at the total, we have a 154.5. This one opened up at 153, and I have loved. I've loved capping the Big West. This is, last year I started really loving it, and I enjoy it very, very much. I enjoy these teams, and the home road dichotomy I find pretty extreme with some of these schools. We have UC Irvine coming off a loss at home to UC San Diego. That snapped a 2-game losing streak. CSUN is rolling here. Now they're not winning games by margin or anything like that over the last little bit. I mean, they won at Long Beach State by 2. They went at UC Santa Barbara by 2. Now they smash and grabbed Hawaii, and they beat UC Riverside by margin. They just got past Cal Poly on the road. These home games are games by margin. Hawaii by 24, Riverside by 14, UC San Diego by 17, UC Davis by 16. I mean, that's their last 4 home games, and they've really, really showed that this was huge. They lost badly at UC Irvine, but we're back to December 6th, a long, long time ago, 85-71. They were up at halftime, and then they just fell apart. They didn't shoot the ball well. They got out rebounded. They were 7.5-point dogs and lost by 14. I mean, we're talking December 6th. Look, I like this spot a lot. Matty Ice says CSUN has the top 5 home court metric in college basketball. Revenge at home. Won the last 7 games. The Big West title on the line. He says, I'm with you, CSUN. Let's go. Take it away for us, Spoondog. My last spot on the board here. The Matadors hosting the Anteaters.
Yeah, this was another game I wanted to bet. I think it's going to be a great watch between Irvine and Cal State Northridge. I wanted to get to CSUN. I just feel like I'm buying high on this team. You just alluded to it. There were a 7.5 close in that last game. There were 8.5s available. You could have had with Cal State Northridge in that last game. Now you have to lay 2 points with them. I was looking at that money line again last night. I believe it was right around plus 100. And maybe I should have moved on it, but part of me just told me like I'm buying high. This is more of a gut call than anything. I was trying to explain why the line moved so much. I mean, some of the play that CSUN has gotten from their guards is just the best in the conference between Josiah Davis and Larry Hughes Jr. Definitely a great team, but I just don't feel like Irvine's fallen off that far. They've now lost 3 of 5 games, and maybe you can connect part of that to losing one of their starters in their lineup, Elijah Cole. He's been out the last 7 games now, I believe, and Irvine had played really strong with him in the lineup. I don't know that he's that much of a crucial difference maker, but it's obviously made some impact. So this is a low spot for Irvine, a high spot for CSUN. My gut tells me it's a CSUN spot, but I don't bet with that. So I'm off this game.
Spooner, you leave in 5 minutes.
Which one do you want to talk about? I got time for one game and I got to go.
So there's one game that I need to talk about. And I know that I got the graphics Jose very late. Deciding what games to talk about is so difficult. So Jose, I don't know if you've set this one up yet, but it's the Abilene Christian Utah Tech game, Burns Arena in St. George, Utah. The line to me was insane. Now Jose's going to come and join me for the rest of the leans, so we're going to go over all those because I'm making additions to the card here. But this is the one I thought if I could only ask you about one game. Well, okay. Well, here. Let's just take a 1 second here quickly, without me setting it up. We're going to go back to this one, Jose. Let's talk. Let me ask you. There was 2 games really because the line was moving away from Vermont. The opening line for the Catamounts was so huge. Let's just switch there, Jose, if you don't mind, and we'll go over this one again, Jose. But now this line it was screaming that the Catamounts were going to smash. The lines moved slightly towards UMass Lowell. I backed UMass Lowell. UMass Lowell has been pretty good to me over the last little while. Did you agree with this line here for Vermont, which was huge? I know we're at Patrick Gymnasium, but this was a huge line. Did you agree, or did you think it was too big?
I thought the line was too big. I didn't move on Vermont. I think this is a 2-possession win for Vermont. Sure, I could see them winning by 15, but I think realistically, the line with recent play and everything built in, UMass Lowell started out the season worse. They dealt with some injuries. They're playing much healthier now. I think this line should be closer to like Vermont minus 7.5, and I'm not playing a number that's 2.5 points past where I'd really make it. Just trying to play it without bias there. And UMass Lowell does have some athletes, but I think Vermont is really due to turn it around. They've had a lot of injuries themselves, and the players have been getting minutes on the floor, but I question how healthy everybody really is. This is put up or shut up time, though, in the America East. This is one of those conferences where the higher ranked seed gets to host the home game. So Vermont still has a chance to get that 1 seed if they win out, and it kind of comes down to that. So I think they're going to show up. You're going to see the best effort from that team. I'd be looking to maybe move live if UMass Lowell comes out, has a nice first half. Vermont makes a lot of good second half adjustments, comes out and has been able to make runs, but just not ready to lay 10 points with this team right now.
This line with Abilene Christian is insane. Now, I know they've won 3 of their last 4 basketball teams. This is a team that's 5-9 in the WAC. 5-9 on the road at the Utah Tech Trailblazers, who are 10-5. Hard to find losses in Utah Tech's statistical profile. They're playing very, very good basketball. Utah Tech destroyed Abilene Christian by 15 on January 1st. Abilene then beat Utah Valley, which was a shock, and then lose like 8 or 9 straight basketball games. Here in this one, Abilene was minus 5.5 point favorites, which that I didn't even, understand. Here we have Abilene plus 3, now plus 2.5. There was just a 1 point move 8 minutes ago. They are plus 2.5, a 5-9 team against a 10-5 team that smashed them before. They smashed them with Abilene Christian at home. Can you make sense of this line? It's insane to me.
I mean, no, not really. Like, we look at the recent play for Abilene Christian, where have they been playing good basketball? I mean, it's been at home versus UT Arlington, Tarleton State. When they've hit the road recently, they don't have a road win since Tarleton State on January 8th. Utah Tech, is this the second or the first? Yeah, it's the second matchup.
Yeah.
4 point favorites in that first game, 4.5 point favorites, depending where you want to look. So huge line move, 7.5 point swing, but Utah Tech, I think the way that people expected them to play versus where they are now is much ahead of it. I lean Utah Tech. I don't get the line movement down from them, honestly. I don't generally like the over adjustments, but I think here it's justified. I lean Utah Tech.
It's insane to me. I mean, Jerry Davis think he's getting, Utah Tech minus 2.5. Alex Steele says Utah Tech wins by 5. The line this was the most insane line of all of them here. Spooner, thank you for all that you do for us, my man. Very, very, very thankful. Spooner's action one more time. Campbell money line, Liberty minus 1.5, St. Thomas minus 3, and Northern Colorado money line. Spoons, thank you, my man. Are you rocking with Kerms on the Sauce Network tonight?
I've done it all week. Saturday is a huge card. I might take tonight off, try to catch up on some sleep. I didn't get a ton last night, so that's to be determined. There's a small card tomorrow. I might be there, but I'll definitely be there Saturday. I'll be here in the chat tomorrow. Let's get some cash tonight. Good luck, everybody. Good luck to you tonight, Jim.
Thank you, my man. There he is, the great Morgan Spooner joining us. Please hit this link. I'll pop Spooner's X handle here in the chat. Hit the link. Support our guy, Morgan Spooner, who can be found at midnight over on the Sauce Network with Mr. Kerms himself. You mean 5.5, Jerry Davis, right? Prairie View's 5.5? Is that what you mean? I think you mean 5.5 because I'm on Prairie View A&M. It's very expensive, but I found a way to explain how expensive it is. Personally, I think this Abilene Christian team, 6 games back in conference at a 2.5. I mean, what's going to happen is I'm going to have to probably figure out how to bet Abilene Christian first half because that line makes no sense to me. I'm going to sit with it for longer. Hit that link. Support our guy, Morgan Spooner. All right, I've got a bunch of leans that I want to go over, and I have just the man to set these up. He will be starring in San Antonio, Texas in less than a month. Good God. I don't mean to keep hitting it, but I have to win so badly right now. I'm so stressed out. I just want to get to San Antonio. I need it so bad. I need the warmth. I need the booze. I need the friends. And I need the capping. And I need the peanut butter burgers. And I need those chicken wings, man. Man, I need to. There's a lot that I need. Also, Jose, I need more buckets in my life. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. Let's get after it. A long list of games here, and I'm interested to see what you add.
And we're perfectly timed. So NBA will be in 27 minutes with Billy Brisbane alongside LJ from HTown. So let's roll, my man. Okay, so let me go over to my leans here. Let's start with that Winthrop Eagles, Charleston Southern Buccaneer spot, Buccaneer Fieldhouse. Take it away.
Okay, so as you guys probably guessed, we'll play roulette and basically to see if any of these games have market information when it comes to who's betting where, but we've got no information for Winthrop, Charleston Southern so far here, but we do have, let me try to find it here. There's a lot of games that we have to try to click through to find the odds here. But I will let you guys know this odd where this game has moved. Here we go. I see an opener of 6. It's at 7 at BOL now and 6.5 most everywhere else. Here actually back and forth where the anonymous gambler does his shit is 7, and so is Heritage as well.
So overall, is this moving in what direction?
Opened up at 6 for Winthrop, is up to 7, 6.5 here.
I found this pretty peculiar, this line here. The fact, Winthrop sitting here 12-2, coming off the loss at High Point. I mean, everything was on the line there because now High Point is a game and a half up on Winthrop. Winthrop in second in the Big South standings. You got to go all the way back to, where is it? All the way back to 7th is Charleston Southern here. And I had interest in the Buccaneers. It was a short line. But I think I could get rid of it here. If you look at the home games, Longwood needed double overtime to get past Charleston Southern. They beat Gardner-Webb by 9. You should probably beat them by more. They beat Presbyterian by 17 at home. That came on the heels of losing at to Radford. Then you go before that, these home games, South Carolina Upstate, they should be beating them. They lost in overtime. They lost a High Point in overtime. They beat UNC Asheville. This is a team playing well, and they played Winthrop tough back on January 7th. They went to Winthrop. They were 8. They opened up as 6.5-point dogs, closed to 8.5-point dogs. Were in that game the entire time. I mean, they were up. I mean, they were up 6 points with 6 minutes left. They were up 6 points with 5.5 minutes left. I thought that Charleston Southern might be the spot here. Jerry Davis says, really want to fade Winthrop off that loss. That was why I haven't bet it yet. That's why I haven't bet it yet. But, at this point here with Winthrop's season, they lose to High Point. I mean, High Point needed overtime to get past Charleston Southern. And they have senior night. They close out their schedule at home senior night on Saturday. I mean, is this really where they unload here on Charleston Southern? I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. I don't know if I can get there. Jerry says classic one loss becomes two situation. It's a little different. It's not like they were, annihilated or anything like that. Charleston, they go over to Charleston Southern. They know they're going to come home for seniors night. I felt it a vulnerable spot. This line moving towards Winthrop, I can stay off of it very easily. And we're going to talk about High Point. High Point's coming up here. We have the next three games are all in the Big South. And I can stay off Charleston Southern. I'm going to see where it all ends up. And again, this isn't the 8.5 live, right? If you have a 7-point dog, and if you have any interest in moving on them live, I need 10 points. So a minimum of 10 points. So if I was going to look from live, it'd be 16.5, 17.5. I'm interested. I really want to hear from you guys for all these games as well. Jose, set us up for our next spot here in the Big South. We had the Radford, Virginia Dedman Center.
Yep, party school in Radford, Virginia. Shout out to Radford here. It's a great time there. Also very affordable. Shout out to them. 6.5 opener, still 6.5 across the board. No juice movement either, it seems, but I'll double check that here in a moment. No market information either way. Bodog has a -115 to the 6.5, and BOL moved it up around noon. Around 11:45, I should say, and then moved it back to 6.5 within 15 minutes before noon. So interesting. So pretty strong 6.5, it seems.
It does seem, I was looking at SC Upstate. They've been good to me. You go through their last road games, they lose to Winthrop by 4, cover easily. They lose at Longwood in overtime. The UNC Asheville game wasn't that strong. They lost at home to Radford 76-69. I wondered if USC Upstate could stay in this game. Radford is a team that seemingly plays to the level of their competition. And, when they play good teams, they step up and play better. And when they play weak teams, they look lousy. Coming off a loss 74-73 in overtime. This is also their seniors night. I guess I could get off of this spot here. But SC Upstate did appeal to me. Justin McKelvey is on Radford, -6.5, backing Radford on seniors night. Radford's not being good to me here. Watch them just stumble around at home. They beat VMI by 7 at home. They lost that first game against UNC Asheville. They got some redemption, but they lost at home by 19 to UNC Asheville. They barely got past Longwood at home. They lose to High Point by 10 at home. It's just a team that plays to the level of their competition. Hearing Justin on Radford, that doesn't have to be a move. I'll tell you, the one that I was closest to moving is our next spot of these 3 Big South games. Why don't we head to Clinton, South Carolina, home of the Blue Hose?
Yep, the aforementioned Blue Hose from yesterday are back here playing High Point. High Point are 11-point favorites at the Open. Most everywhere is 11.5 now. So you have a half-point move towards High Point here. And no information side or total, unfortunately, but a half-point move seemingly towards High Point.
I was interested in Presbyterian here. They're coming off a loss at SC Upstate by 2. Before that, they'd won 3 of 4. And, they beat Longwood by 7 at home. They have battled at times this season. And I was very, very interested if this was another one. The problem here is that Presbyterian went to High Point and menaced. Lost 84-81, played very, very well. High Point coming off a huge victory, giving them a 1.5 lead in the conference. This is a big winning streak that they're on for them. They're playing incredible basketball. I thought, is this a spot where they could, overlook a Presbyterian? This is their last game of the season. They've clinched. I mean, isn't this exactly what we're looking for? The team is clinched. They beat Winthrop at home. They beat them by 2. They celebrate. They are the winners of the conference, number 1 seed. Isn't this exactly what we're looking for? And now they have to go play Presbyterian. They couldn't give a fuck about Presbyterian. Presbyterian cares very much about this game. You know, the more I talk about this spot, the more this is a must bet. This is seniors night for Presbyterian. They close off, with Winthrop. But the fact that High Point has this final game and then season is over and they've clinched. I'm going to have to move on Presbyterian, and I think the question more is, do I double up? I think that I probably should. I think I'm surprised that I'm not already on this. What did you say the line move had happened?
Half point move to High Point.
This is perfect. I think this is perfect. While we have these 3 Big South games in our thoughts, as we are going to get we are going to find out, cash flow on some of these other games because it's not at first. These are a lot of small schools, as you know. I think that's where we get the edge. I think this is a must bet here. I think Presbyterian, Blue Hose are a must bet. Let's just go over the cash flow for all 3 of these games here. So we'll start with Winthrop. All 3 of these Big South games. Let's just see what action is telling us if it makes it more appealing or not. So first off, where's the first one I got? Well, here I got them all. So Winthrop, 66% of the tickets and 84% of the cash. Lines moved up half point or a point towards Winthrop. Then in that second spot here, SC Upstate versus Radford. If you do want to believe these things, Radford has 58% of tickets, 73% of cash. Line's not moving. And then in the Presbyterian Blue Hose, 57% of the tickets are on Presbyterian, just 37% of cash. Rob Free says, what's the sharp action here? From these 3 games, I don't really see it. I see the public backing Winthrop, a slight move towards Winthrop. I see the public backing Radford. The line's not moving. And slightly public, 58. At least the bigger bets are on Radford, if you are to believe this site. And then Presbyterian, 57% of the tickets is not what you want, but we also have Stacks play of the day number 1 in this one. Sorry, I knew that too, and I just so caught up in my own action. Our guy Justin McKelvey, Stacks play of the day number 1 is the over 151 at High Point Presbyterian. I'm going to be on Presbyterian. I may let the other 2 go. I'm going to be on Presbyterian. And shout out to our guy. And I feel like it has to be a first half full game spot. I haven't doubled up on a spot here, but I think you got to take them both here. But shout out to Justin. The over 151.5 in High Point Presbyterian in Clinton, South Carolina.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
Jose, let's roll on to the next one. We got 15 minutes before we get into NBA, and I'm excited about it. Let's roll into our next spot on the board. We head back to the NEC. We got back-to-back games in the NEC. So let's roll.
Sure. Central Connecticut, Mercyhurst here. No information side or total wise here, but we have Central Connecticut being 3-point favorites, and it's all the way up to a 4.5 now across the board. Bookmaker is the only book that has a 4 still, but 4.5 everywhere else.
I was beating myself for not being on. Lex Steele says, why not take Presbyterian team total over? Yeah, Lex, that makes sense here. I mean, there's not a plus sign beside it, but I'll put it in the notes. I'm certainly not going to triple up on it, so I would cut a first half or a full game for that team total over. But that certainly makes sense, Lex. With Justin being on the full game over, I think that all makes sense. Thank you for mentioning that, and I will study it. Here, I wanted Central Connecticut. Now, Jose, can you look at BOL? Correct me if I'm wrong. Was there not a move towards Central Connecticut and then it came back?
Let me tell you right now here. So it went up to 3, 4, got up to 5, 5.5 here, came back down to 4, 4.5, 3.5. and then got up to 4, down to 3.5, back up to 4.5.
Wow. So there was a lot of buyback. And what did it open at again?
3.
Central Connecticut coming off their worst performance of the year. You have to think this is a spot where they bounce back. Mercyhurst has been pretty good all year long, 9-7 in conference. Central Connecticut, 3 games out. LIU is clinched here. Central Connecticut coming off a 70-51 loss at Chicago State. I mean, that's exactly how we want a team. I fear fading Mercyhurst. So let's just touch on this situation. So Central Connecticut had a 4-game winning streak early in the year in January. They went to Mercyhurst and lost by 18. There was no bounce back. They lost 3 straight. They lost 4 or 5. Then they went on a 5-game winning streak. They beat Chicago State, Wagner, New Haven, Fairleigh Dickinson, and Lemoyne before losing to Chicago State. You know, this isn't seniors night. That's on Saturday night versus St. Francis. You have to think that they bounce back. Jerry Davis got it at -2.5. I mean, I would think that maybe off of that terrible performance, I do fear Mercyhurst. Maybe it's just a Central Connecticut first half spot. They bounce back after that horrible display. They get back home. I think this is one that needs to be bet. So I have these asterisks and no bet alongside these ones, but I think this needs to be bet. And maybe first half is the best way of doing it. Jerry saying Mercyhurst and New Haven have impressive starts to D1. And that's another important point that Jerry's making because Mercyhurst can't menace in the conference tournament. Central Connecticut can. Does that take some of the... I mean, this is a... Central Connecticut's got to be on my card. Let's roll on. This was our next spot, staying in the NEC. We had at Southeastern Massachusetts, Mercurt Gymnasium. This is one I wanted to ask Spoon about because St. Francis Red Flash, I somehow got off of fading them against New Haven, and they played great. What the hell are they going to do their last 2 games of Division I basketball? That's what I want to know. Just before, we got it over at St. Francis, but let's just touch on this, what they're telling us for the Mercyhurst, Central Connecticut cash flow over here. They have 60% of tickets, 59% of cash on Central Connecticut. You know, Jose, in a spot like I've set up, get the graphic back for if we still have it. Do we still have the Mercyhurst?
Yeah, I'll grab it.
When I set that game up, Jose, for Mercyhurst, Central Connecticut, I tell you, I'm like, look, Central Connecticut got destroyed by Mercyhurst the first time they saw them. They had a 5-game win streak. They lose by 18. Now here, they're coming off losing by 19 to a team that they waxed earlier. You have Mercyhurst that can't, win the conference tournament. We're 2 games away from that. When I tell you, when I break down that profile, does that make you think that Central Connecticut off a 19-point loss should be back to first half, to throw a punch? Or is it a full game spot? Is there one that you prefer more than the other?
And you said who won their first matchup?
Mercyhurst destroyed Central Connecticut, and Central Connecticut was on a 5-game winning streak.
I would probably lean towards the full game, asking myself, why would they be almost 5-point favorites in a rematch? I don't think home court matters too much in a small conference. So I would be assuming that the line is telling me that Central Connecticut can get the job done.
This wouldn't be one that I'd want. But I mean, but there's some similarities to these teams that we're interested in fading when it's coming down to, who gets what seeding in the conference tournament. And I'm with Spoon. We've watched these teams that can't win a tournament want to send a message to everybody. Let's roll on. Let's head to Southeastern Massachusetts. Let's set that one up.
Yep, Stonehill here. They are, and I have to grab my charger after this one, Jimmy, here. 5.5-point favorites. Line has not moved, seemingly. It's still 5.5 there. And as for, just to check if we have any market information here, we do not know. But so line has not moved from 5.5. That's where it opened.
I'm very thankful that I got the cold feet against New Haven. I told you guys that my whole plan was to fade St. Francis as soon as line was available. I kept looking for the line to be available, kept looking. The line moved towards New Haven. And St. Francis stepped up in their third to last game in Division I basketball. And I think the important thing here, and it got me off of back in New Haven, is to say, I don't know what the hell St. Francis is going to do. I don't know if they care that these are their last 2 games in Div 1 before they go into obscurity in Div 3. And not knowing what they were going to do got me off of New Haven. Remember, you guys got me off of LIU when St. Francis played LIU. That was last Thursday. And it was one of the games that I wanted to talk to Spoons about. LIU were 9-point favorites, and I thought they were going to go in and smack St. Francis. Then we heard that LIU and their coach had never won in that arena. And St. Francis was a menace all game long. They lose by 2. Here you have Stonehill. Stonehill was on a real losing streak. Losers of 5 straight basketball games. And then at home, they take out Lemoyne. Here comes a team that's not going to be playing. He likes, okay, here. He said, I think we've seen the last from St. Francis. Thank you, Spoon. These games I wanted to ask you about so badly. But it was definitely more important for our group of cappers to hear what I'd actually bet rather than taking all of Spoon's time. Because we want to hear, I bet it, does Spoon approve of it, do you guys want it, rather than my leans here. But the first time these teams met, St. Francis played well, 63-61 victory. At that point, we're talking about St. Francis at the bottom of the ledger, but they were 500 in conference play. In that one, St. Francis were 1.5-point favorites. They opened up as a dog, closed as a favorite, and took out Stonehill. I think the answer to this is I don't know what the hell St. Francis is going to do. I don't know if they not knowing what they were going to do got me off of a loss that I would have had on New Haven. And now sitting here, it's very, 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 very difficult here. So Jerry Davis says, I think St. Francis could be alive again. End of the road motivation. This is a spot that I should just stay off of. The answer is I don't know. Well, let's just see if all the cash is on Stonehill though, and it's not. The cash is on St. Francis. 64% ticket, 67% cash. If we are to believe that, so I'm comfortable being off here. Also, Brizzy's having trouble getting into the StreamYard link. Maybe we try sending him another one or fix something there. Brizzy, we'll get you. Shout out to my guy Gerald Jones in the house. Says on a mini vacation. He just moved on the Tribe -11 and a hook for Gerald Jones. Okay, so I'm going to stay off St. Francis. The answer is I don't know what the hell they're going to do. 2 games left in Division I basketball. Maybe we should back them in their final game in Division I basketball. But here, I'm not going to. Let's quickly touch on the line movement here because it will solidify what we talked about with Spoons. Shout out to Gerald Jones, Pub Sports Radio gifted membership. Corey H receiving it. Gerald Jones, thank you for having our back, man. Respect and love. Hope you're having a great vacation. Set us up for this Catamount game in Burlington, Vermont. We won't spend much time on it. We did hear what Spoon thought about the spot. I'm very interested to see what happened with the line movement since then, and I'll touch on the cash flow according to action.
Sure. Vermont, 10.5-point favorites. Now 10 9.5s across the board. 10 still at BOL, 9.5 everywhere else.
So if it's a 10 at BOL, because I don't have it in front of me, Jose, if you don't mind, did it move? It must have moved back to them.
Yes, it was a 10.5 opener, dropped down to 9, just 9 flat at 10:14, then has climbed up from 9 flat to 10 again at 12:30. That's interesting.
UMass, according to this, has 62% of tickets, 66% of cash. Why wouldn't it? Gerald Jones is ready for the bracket contest. We got some big news about all of that. Spooner says you can't trust that. This market from Action says, I find it hard to believe anyone who's watched 5 minutes St. Francis basketball is putting real money on them. I mean, I guess there's a lot of truth to that. This Vermont spot I can get away from, and I'll be happy to. It's just that the number I thought was so massive. It was such a massive number. Why was it so massive? And thank you, Jose, whatever you did, we got busy backstage, so we're money in the bank. We're going to be getting into NBA here very shortly. I just have a couple more games I want to go over for my additions after the show. My additions after the show smash. Yesterday's additions after we talked it all out, 7-3 on them. I went 11-7. That 7-3 made my whole night. We're going for 7 straight winning shows here today. Let me just get to this Vermont spot here quickly because the line to me was massive. And what they're telling us is that we're coming close to the conference tournament, and Vermont's going to become Vermont again. They had that bad loss, 75-62 at UMBC. They came back on the road and beat a good NJIT team. They're seemingly putting it all together now, knowing the conference tournament's coming. They beat Bryant by 27 at home. They took out Binghamton by 8 on the road. They beat New Hampshire at home by 23. So their last 2 games, they've won by 27 and 23 at home. Now, that was on the heels of not looking so good. They lost NJIT. They beat UMBC at home. When we go, to the UMass Lowell game, they beat UMass Lowell on the road 77-68. They were up 40-29 at halftime. They were 4.5-point favorites on the road. So I guess this line makes perfect sense. It just might be too big. Oh, yes, Matty Ice. Big bracket contest. Exciting news about it. We're going to be hammering it here shortly. Spooner says, this is where the line would be if Vermont was undefeated in conference. Definitely respect from the books to them. It's crazy. UMass Lowell. Okay, so we've seen these numbers from from Vermont. They've won their last 2 games by 20+ points. So, the opportunity for them, to do it again is possible here. UMass Lowell. Let's just touch on them. They have UMBC waiting for them on Saturday for seniors night. They've won 4 straight games. They've won 5 of 6 basketball games. How could they be 10-point favorites? They're 10-point dogs. It's just insane to me. I want things to be expensive, but this is really expensive. The fact that it's moved back towards Vermont is astounding and appealing. Let's roll on. We have a couple spots left, Jose, and I got to speed it up. We did already talk about Abilene Christian, so we don't need to go there. A couple more spots. Let's roll to the Elon Phoenix Towson game.
Yeah, Elon versus Towson. We have no mark. Oh, actually, yes, we do. We do have market information here. 53% of the bets, 63% of the money on Towson in this game here. And we have a 5.5 that is a 6 at BOL, 5.5 at some places, kind of scattered between both. Opened up at 5.5, dropped down to 6. Dropped down to a 5 and then crawled back up to a 6, 5, 5.5, 6. Just kind of been bouncing both back and forth between those numbers there at BOL. At Bookmaker, they still have a 5.5 here, but they opened up at a 6 and got up to a 6.5 and have gone down to a 5.5.
This one I want Towson, but I wondered if this was like almost more name recognition. We expect Towson to be much better here. This isn't seniors night. That's on Saturday versus Campbell. Towson has lost 3 of their last 4. They've lost 5 of their last 7. They closed a 4-game winning streak by going to Elon and beating them badly, 72-59, but they have certainly not looked good since then. If you want to see where they have looked good, is their last 2 home games. They beat Stony Brook by 12. They beat Hampton by 32. They lost to UNC Wilmington. I guess there's no harm in that, UNC Wilmington being excellent this year. They beat Drexel by 1. They beat Charleston by 9. You saw what Charleston did today. I just wonder if this is the spot here. Jerry Davis says he has to bet Lowell at that number. Look, I get it. I completely get it. I just wonder if Towson is the bet here, considering what they're doing at home. These 2 teams are tied in conference. Sorry, where was it? Was 53 and 63 on Elon or on Towson?
Towson.
Yeah, I don't know if we can try. These teams like Towson, like Vermont, these teams that were expected to be, fighting for the conference title, and I know Vermont is still doing that, but Towson is not. I wonder if they're getting it all together for this run in conference. They took out some tough teams at home, and I wonder if they're going to do it here. I feel like they're going to do it here. Matty I says he would look at Towson double result. I still have interest in Towson. I still have interest in them. It feels like they've brought it all together here. I just got to see if I can put my money where my mouth is at this point. Let's roll on. Let's head over to the ASUN. We got back-to-back games in the ASUN. And then we have the ASUN, then we have one game in the Summit, and then we have one game in the Big Sky, and it's a game that Justin has moved on, Justin McKelvey. So we'll roll through here quickly. Set us up here for the ASUN, my man.
Yes, Stetson Jacksonville here. We have no market information for Stetson Jacksonville, but I can tell you that. So I type in Stets. 6.5 was the opener. It's down to a 6 now. BOL just went from 6 and not just went, but that is all the movement, I should say. That move happened last night. So 6 is across the board. Heritage, Bookmaker. Heritage, or is this Bookmaker that I click on? Bookmaker, actually, I clicked on 5.5 opener, moved it up to a 6, but not much movement.
I'm very interested in Jacksonville here. These teams just played. Stetson won 67-62 at home. And I like it, Maddie. I can join. I can join in that one. Stetson coming off of a home victory over North Florida, 76-71. That snapped a 2-game losing streak. And, they just lost to Central Arkansas. Clearly that sharpened them up here. They had lost. The only win before that North Florida victory was against Jacksonville. They'd lost 5 of 6 over that period. So they beat Jacksonville at home 67-62. They were in control from the get-go. Jacksonville shot 37% from the field and 18% from 3. In that spot, Jacksonville opened up as 1.5-point favorites, closed as 2.5-point favorites. So, this is a pretty strong number for Stetson. And I think that Jacksonville is capable of rolling here. We have Jacksonville. Now, I don't need to take a team this big of a favorite, but I like it here. The same with same link issue that you solved with LJ. If you hook up. Thank you, Jose Mayan. So this is a team that's lost 6 of 7 games. But I like the fact that they just played Austin Peay. We know Austin Peay. You know what kind of basketball team this is. And now they get Stetson for senior night. You sharpen yourself up against a team that you just lost to. If you look, so they lose by 4 to Austin Peay, cover comfortably. They beat North Florida 63-56. Their last spot here at home was a no-show for some reason against Florida Gulf Coast. It was one of their worst games of the year. Before that, they beat Lipscomb. They take them out at home, 70-65. They beat Eastern Kentucky. I don't see why Jacksonville, coming off that, tough game against Stetson, sharpening up their chopsticks against Austin Peay for seniors night. Austin Peay was 15-1 going into that game in conference. 7.5-point favorites, 6.5-point favorites. Jacksonville, still shot poorly against Austin Peay, but, did enough to cover. I like Jacksonville here. We have no cash flow information?
No, we don't.
Maddie, I said Jacksonville also a top 50 home metric team. Jerry Davis says he only bets Jacksonville as a dog. It just, for me, it feels like on seniors night, we could get exactly what we're looking for. And this talk hasn't, we have no information. What the hell? We have no information here on the game. Move over. Okay, we have no information here. Look, I like it. I'm still interested. I think I get there. Let's roll on to our next ASUN action.
All right, our next game is Florida Gulf Coast, North Florida here. The battle in Florida. We have, let's find out where this line has moved. Florida Gulf Coast, 6-point favorites here. BOL has a 6.5, excuse me. Everywhere else has a 6.5 except for Bodog. They have a 6, but 6, 5.5, 6.5 is how that line went at BOL. Opened up at 6, went down to 5.5 at 4 in the morning, and it's climbed back up to 6.5 here. Like I said, Bodog is the only place that has a 6. Everywhere else has a 6.5 here. And if we have money on this game, we do not. No market information on this game.
Look, I like North Florida here. I like North Florida. We just watched them almost beat Austin P here. Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're in the throes of a 5-game losing streak, but they've been playing all these games on the road. They played Florida Gulf Coast on the road. Their 5 of their last 6 games were. The problem is that Jacksonville game is probably a look ahead, for North Florida. That's seniors night here. But I look at their last home game. So they lose by 1 to Austin P. They lose by 6 to Lipscomb. These are tough teams. They lost to Stetson before that. So they lost 3 straight at home. But before that, they beat Bellarmine at home. They beat Eastern Kentucky. Maybe I'm trying too hard here. Yes, he says the only senior for Jacksonville that really plays key minutes is Thur. He plays 22 minutes per game. That is key. I do think the Jacksonville rivalry, Jacksonville North Florida, is a rivalry more so than Florida Gulf Coast. But I see this team menacing back at home, just like they just did against Austin P. I see them playing good basketball. They lose to Florida Gulf Coast. Florida Gulf Coast shoots 55% from the field, and they win that basketball game. Florida Gulf Coast were 13.5-point favorites. I think you're getting a lot of shout out to Big Show picks in the house. UFC Mexico, right? UFC Mexico, is it this week? Is it? What's the big UFC?
I don't know.
I know it's up in Adam. Shout out to our guys, Locker Room Talk Podcast. I believe it's UFC Mexico. Let us know, Big Show. Big UFC live stream and our Locker Room Talk. Yeah, it is Mexico. Locker Room Talk Podcast available right now. Will be our showcase video. Will be our first video on the list throughout the week. Yeah, I like North Florida here. I think North Florida can menace. I'm interested in North Florida. And I'm going to study it some more. But, excuse me. I'm interested in both Jacksonville and North Florida in this spot in the ASUN. We got 2 more spots, and then we have Billy Brisbane and our guy LJ from HTown for NBA. So let's roll through these 2 very quick, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, Denver Oral Roberts here. Oral Roberts 3.5-point dogs here. I have a sneeze coming. Here we go. 3.5-point favorites are Oral Roberts. Excuse me, dogs are Oral Roberts. Everywhere else, they've moved it to 4, but BOL. BOL has it at 3.5 opening, got up to that 4.5, and has come back down from 4.5 to 4 to 3.5 here.
Yeah, I should just get off of this spot. I mean, why is Denver not a bigger favorite? Oral Roberts has been so bad this year, 2-12 in conference. Denver 8-7. I can't. I mean, Denver is beating top teams in this conference on the road. North Dakota sitting 3rd on the road. Denver took them out 98-79. They just beat St. Thomas, Minnesota, and South Dakota back to back. Why on earth, are they sitting here at a pick'em in their last game of the conference schedule, last game of the year? It doesn't make any sense. They've won 5 of 6 basketball games. They beat Oral Roberts by 11 at home in the first meeting. This is insane. Denver was 6.5-point favorites. I mean, so they've only moved it 3 points. I mean, this line is telling you that Oral Roberts is going to, play their best basketball of the season. I mean, it's just, I think that you have to acknowledge that this line makes no sense. I mean, Oral Roberts coming off that win over South Dakota. This is seniors night against Denver. They've actually won 2 of their last 4, but that came on the heels of like a 13-game losing streak. Why would they be? I mean, this just, and look at their wine time on Oral Roberts money line. Von Polo, can we fix the spelling for your smash and grab? I'm not sure. And look, wine time's on Oral Roberts money line. I mean, I think that tells you everything right there. Let me copy and paste all that. Thank you for that. Wine time. I mean, Oral Roberts must be bet tonight, which is insane. Now, I don't know, because I wanted Denver initially. I thought there was a huge advantage. So I'm not certain I'm going to bet it. But because I don't really want to do the flip, but this probably requires the flip. Wow. Jermaine in the house. What up, Jermaine? All right. That's dope, Rez. You hear that? Look at that, Jose. He invited anybody going to Shinnecock Hills for the Open a place to stay. Oh, but he has to take it back. He rented his house for the week. Okay, no worries. But still, knowing that that's an option. Jerry Davis says he's all over Denver. Yeah, look, X's knows. That makes perfect sense. Why on earth would this Oral Roberts team that's such trash be sitting here like this? It doesn't make any sense. I think I'm going to have to join Wine Time. Maybe I'll just take them first half. I mean, they're clearly telling us that Oral Roberts is going to menace in this game when they shouldn't. Let's talk about this last game on the board. Then we're going to get into NBA. This is a spot that Justin's moved on, and I am interested in joining him. Let's break it down.
Let's talk about the mighty Portland State versus Montana State here. We have a line movement of not much. Bodog only showing actually Heritage as well, showing 2s. This opened up at 2.5 for Montana State. BOL opened up at a 2.5, got up to a 3, but came back down to a 2.5 here. And as for if this game has any ticket information, we do. 67% of the bets and 78% of the money on Montana State here. Line has moved not much, if anything, towards Portland State here.
I was very interested in Montana State. Justin McKelvey moved on Montana State. Just that little half-point move against them was enough to give me pause. But I do want them. They're coming off 2 losses. The last one was bad at Idaho State on Saturday by 15, 91-76. They played 3 straight road games. When they've been at home, they've looked very good. Jerry Davis talking about the Rebenga in this spot. Portland State beat Montana State 63-54. And this was just on January 31st. In that one, Portland State opened up as 3.5-point favorites, closed as 4.5-point favorites. Montana State shot 34 from the field and 20% from 3. They played terrible. I think it's pretty easy to say we're going to get a nice performance from Montana State in this spot. This is not seniors night. That's on Saturday versus Sacramento State. If we look at the home games here for Montana State of late, they lose by 1 to Eastern Washington. We just talked about how well Eastern Washington is playing. They beat Idaho by 7. They beat Weber State by 3. They beat Idaho State by 12. So that's 4 straight wins. They beat Montana by 9, 5 straight wins. They beat Arizona by 9, 6 straight wins. They beat Northern Colorado by 14, 7 straight wins. They beat St. Thomas, Minnesota, 82-74, 8 straight wins. So they lose to Denver by 2. So that is their only home loss until they lose to Eastern Washington. Yeah, Montana State must be bet. They must be bet. I mean, this is a team that's just winning and winning and winning. The reason why we're getting the number that we're getting is at home. The reason why we're getting this number is because Portland State is 12-3 in the Big Sky.
Does Action also have everyone betting Montana State too? Ideally, that has everyone on Portland State, but
yes, that would be ideal. Let's go to it right now, and thank you for mentioning that. No information. So what are the numbers here on Montana State? I mean, you can't think that's a lot of money coming in, but what are the numbers on Montana State?
They are 67% of the bets and 79% of the money.
The line's not moving. Okay, well, I've got a lot to look at. Again, these additions have been very good. We're going for a 7 straight winning show. And I need it bad. Jose, thank you so much. Here, stick with me just for a second. So this is my action here, and I'll go over more action because we also have our specialty plays of the day. Bakersfield plus 14.5 for Matty Ice. Bakersfield is taint. Matty Ice says losers of 11 straight. Says UCSD won 3 straight, beat Bakersfield by 21 at Bakersfield, and this line's only 14.5, plus only one college basketball team has worse home metrics than UCSD. Bakersfield plus 14.5 is the taint play of the day. guess that's wrong. I thought Taint play today's Cal Baptist double result. So I guess, yes, that Bakersfield's just a bet. The Taint play of the day is Taint played Cal Baptist double result. Okay, thank you.
A lot of Taint going around.
A lot of Taint. Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with heavy Taint. And then here, just to go one last review of our college basketball action. We have Spooner on Campbell, money line, Liberty -1.5. We both are on St. Thomas. He's on -3. I'm on -3.5. Respect play today, Jacksonville State -7. And then we have Spooner on Northern Colorado, money line -105. I'm going to revisit those bets games as well. I'm on Wagner -2, South Dakota State -12, Florida A&M +9, SIU Edwardsville -14.5, UC Davis +2, Prairie View A&M -5.5, CSUN -103. And then of the games that I wanted to talk about with leans, I have I'm going to double up on Presbyterian. Yeah, it's going to be sick. Central Connecticut too. I've got to decide. I don't want to double up there, but I want in. I'm going to sit with that Vermont game for longer. Towson, Jacksonville, North Florida, Oral Roberts, Montana State, and possibly Abilene Christian first half. And it would be Oral Roberts first half, Abilene Christian first half. We'll see how it all bangs out. Jose, thank you for setting up those games. Meant a lot to me. Thank you, my friend. And we will catch you here at the end. Now, Jose, I'll message you something here because there's something up that I need to tell you about. But great job, Jose. Time to get into NBA, my man, and I will be in touch. All right, fellas, it is time for NBA. And we have our star of Thursdays. Who, as I was going over his record, remember he got off to a tough start here on the show. We had to add in all of the confirmed action that he's been putting out on Discord. 7 straight winners on Discord, and then the All-Star break. It was too bad. The All-Star break came at a bad time. We were back here last Thursday. It didn't go his way, but he was rolling before the All-Star break. 7 straight winners in Discord. Here to rock with us right now, coming from South Jersey. Please welcome Billy Brisbane to the show. Brizzy, how are you, my man?
Doing good, man. Back on the home soil. I can't be fucking with the European tennis. I just got to stay in Austin, Texas, where we got Pubapalooza coming up this next month. And we got Johnny Manziel coming in the week before, signing some autographs. So yeah. It's the best time of year here at Pub Sports Radio.
It is, man. It's going to be magic. And yes, Johnny football the week before we get there. And if anybody wants anything, just email us, pubsportsradio@gmail.com. If you can't make it, just email us there here for that big event with Johnny football. Brizzy, excited to cap this NBA card with you. And we have a ringer, a special guest joining us. We have not seen enough of him. I'm excited to have him rocking with us right now. Please welcome from Houston, Texas, LJ from HTown.
From down south, where we ride on clouds. From down south, where we ride on clouds. From down south, where we ride on clouds.
LJ, my man, how are you?
Doing good, Jimmy. Billy, how we doing, guys? Ready to tack this NBA card on a Thursday, guys. Glad to be here, man. Love doing this with y'all, man. Let's get to the money, guys.
Excited to have you rocking with us, my friend. Let's get right to work. We start at 7 p.m. Eastern with the Charlotte Hornets, 28-31, 16-15 on the road at the Indiana Pacers, 15-44, 10-20 at home. Look, first off, I'm like 10-20 at home. I didn't realize it was worse than that. Shit. Look, I backed the Hornets. We talked it out together. It was Tuesday, and I was like, look, they can pick. This is a different team. There's certain teams that don't have the depth right now that are just falling apart, and Charlotte Hornets on the road, 8.5-point favorites. I was like, it doesn't matter. At first, I was like, oh, that's too big of a number. But then I was like, look, it doesn't matter. That's what the Hornets have become. They're beating these teams by margin. They're beating the teams they need to beat by margin. And they're slowly breaking down teams as well. Chicago was in that game until halftime, and then Hornets absolutely exploded. So Hornets are 2-0 since the break. And oh no, I guess Jesus, because they lost those 2 games, of course, to Houston. We talked about that game. They did cover, lost by 4. And then I wasn't on them that game, but I got off of Houston. Then I was on Charlotte against Cleveland, and they covered that by a hook. Then they go on the road and they beat 2 bad basketball teams. Here they face the Pacers. Let's pull up RotoWire. I'm going to get all of the injury information up here as well. But Charlotte is a wagon. They head home after this, and they host Portland on Saturday. So they don't leave after the game. They'll leave tomorrow. So it's a fine situation for Charlotte to keep their winning ways going. Here for the Pacers, losers of 4 straight games since the All-Star break. They lost both games at Washington, which was hideous. Then they tried hard at home versus Dallas. Didn't really menace against Philly. That beat myself up for not being on Philly on that spot. And here they play again on Sunday. So they have a pretty nice schedule themselves. Let's get into the line history and the cash flow, and then we will roll here. I'll use the legal books for the line history right now, but I'll pull up what we usually use. We have 54% of tickets and 84% of cash on Charlotte. Charlotte opened up as 12.5-point favorites at circa 10 p.m. Now they're 13.5-point favorites. That's with 58% of tickets and 79% of cash on the Pacers. Look, it's expensive, and it didn't concern me against the Bulls. Now it's even more expensive than it was there. 8.5, 13. That's a big difference. 85% of tickets and 94% of cash on the under. This total opened up at 230.5, went down to 228.5, back to 229.5. And again, those double-digit favorites on the first leg of a back-to-back, cashing live again. You get 2 shots at it. It's a pretty wonderful spot here. So here we go. Hornets, Pacers. We are excited to have a special guest, LJ from HTown, joining us. LJ, lead us off here for Hornets, Pacers.
Yeah, Jimmy. If y'all have been tracking the Hornets specifically all year, they are a monster coming out of that halftime in that third quarter, guys. I mean, my numbers say they are 36-24 to the third quarter, 21-11 on the road, 9-2 in their last 11 games in that third quarter. So for me, I'd rather focus on the second half with them. But Indiana, they're missing a lot of pieces, and I don't think they're worried about winning right now. So I would not step in the way of Charlotte right now. I believe they're 11-4 in their last 15, if I'm not mistaken. My numbers are 12-4 in their last 16 straight up are the Charlotte Hornets. But like I said, I'd rather stick to the third quarter, but I'm not going to make it official for this play right here. I'm just going to take the team total over because they're also 9-2 in their last 11 to their team total over on the road. They put up points, man. So instead of us worrying about them trying to cover a 13-point spread, let's just focus on what they do best, score points. So official for me, Jimmy, whatever you can get that team total over for Charlotte Hornets will be my official bet to start off this card.
I think, and we're going to hear Brizzy and listen to you guys in the chat as well. Justin's on that team total over. I think that there should be no number that concerns me, honestly, with Charlotte right now. You have Siakam doubtful, so he's going to be out. No Naismith, no Zubac. Toppin and Nembhard are questionable. So if Nembhard's in, it's still a Nembhard, Jones, Shepard, Walker, Jay Huff starting 5. The Hornets are just delivering here, and it's very expensive for a reason, I think. Let's hear from Brizzy. Brizzy, take it away for us here, Hornets Pacers.
Yeah, it's crazy how quick or how far the season has came, because I was going through sometimes like when we click games like this late into the season, I just like to look at my betting history just to see like what bets do we have on the game and stuff like that. And on November the 19th, we as a collective group on the show bet the Indiana Pacers at plus 104 at home. I mean, you talk about far stretch of how far this season has come. Pacers 2-0 against the Hornets this season. I mean, we've seen the Hornets cover 9 of their last 10 games, but that's kind of driving up this price tag a little bit where Vegas isn't trying to book. I feel like the Hornets had a reasonable price tag. This line opened up at 9.5 on FanDuel, went up to 13. I'm not afraid of the big numbers. This is the biggest favorite of the card. I think the Hornets are rightful favorite. I think the books are just trying to find a litmus point here for the Hornets, and they haven't been able to. It does feel like too many points. Like if I just looked at this game on the quick surface and didn't look at any stats, I would kind of lean towards the Pacers plus 13. But the more and more you kind of dig into this game, I actually am staying away from the team total because I actually think this game goes under. I don't think we're going to see shit from the Pacers in this game. And if sometimes I feel like at this point in the season, we got to look at motivation and what better motivation than a team that's already beat you twice this season.
God, it's so interesting hearing you, Brizzy, whenever you talk about FanDuel's opening numbers, because, you know, if we're to believe this odds logic board, and we shouldn't, obviously, we talked about that before, but they're telling us here that FanDuel opened up at 6:25 p.m. with Charlotte minus 13.5.
Let me give you the exact time. I got 02:25, 5 o'clock p.m., 9.5. Or not, so February 25th, 5 o'clock p.m., plus 9.5, minus 9.5. And then it immediately changed.
How many minutes?
It says 7:30. So 2 hours and a half.
Wow. And where is this telling you that?
This is something that I pay for. And shouts to Wham Bam. Okay. The Edge Finder has been crucial for me for the NBA. Check out Wham Bam, man. And if you want to get the hookup, go over to Wham's Twitter, Instagram. I was looking at his Instagram just non-casually. And he has the edgefinderdaily.com platform and I would just say a whole entire thing curated for NBA bettors, only for NBA bettors. And I've only looked at the NBA side of it, and Wham kind of hooked me up with the little homie deal. And I've been looking at it, and it's been that's why I started playing too many totals last week, Jim. That's where I got fucked up. The little edge fighter was giving me a little bit of the edge on the totals. I got to stay away from the totals, but I think the Hornets here are good money. But I feel like the line going from 9.5 to 13 is like telling me the sports books are trying to just put the Hornets at whatever number and telling you, look, you want the Hornets, then go bet it at minus 800.
I'm gonna. Can anybody also pull up a different website here? Because I want to compare this here. I'm gonna pull up one because we odds logic could be wrong. I want to check out this one because I know they'll give me the because that's a huge difference. I mean here, if it opened up at 9.5, it's just such a difference between opening up at 13.5 at 6:55 p.m., which is telling us on the odds logic board. So I'm just going to go here quickly. This will tell me this is another.
It was weird when FanDuel opened up the lines for this slate yesterday. I looked at it before the Acapulco slate started for tennis, so around like 7 o'clock. And the biggest favorite that they had on the card was Atlanta minus 11.5. And the two 9.5s both went up, the Spurs and the Hornets.
Wow. Okay. So this is a different site I'm using. And unfortunately, this site's only giving me DraftKings, but you're right. Here, you're right. You're absolutely right. They're saying that it opened up at 9.5 at 5:08 p.m. And at 6:25 p.m., they moved it 4 points. I wonder what the limits were for it. Wow, that's wildly interesting.
That's what made me kind of think that Charlotte's good money here. I mean, if you're moving a line from 9.5 to 13, that tells me as an odds maker or a sports book, you're kind of shook.
Well, I mean, I think you're just trying to get information because I'm sure you couldn't have put $1,000 on it. The limits are generally
100%. But I would imagine it's like, how high are they going to put the Hornets? I mean, like minus 800 in NBA is like minus like 1,000 in like MMA or something like that. Like they don't want you to bet that shit.
No, they don't. They're putting it there for a reason. You're absolutely right. The team total, the best team total I can get you, LJ, over 121.5 at minus 104.
Let's do it.
Over 121.5 minus 104 offshore for LJ. Anything official for you here, Brizzy?
No, but player prop wise, we didn't talk about any player props in this game yet. I thought one player prop that stood out to me was LaMelo Ball, 6.5 assists at minus 146. Kind of seems like a little bit of a trap line, but if you're playing on like Prize Pick, Sleeper, or something like that, I'd definitely think about throwing LaMelo Ball's assist prop in there. This could be one of like, I know we're scared about NBA blowouts and stuff like that, but I don't know. LaMelo could fuck around and have 8 assists by halftime.
This Hornets team is come together nice. I like it.
Somebody in the chat said that they're on a 3-leg parlay of Charlotte, Diabate 10+ rebounds, and Colin Knippel 3+ 3-pointers. I thought that was a pretty good SGP.
That's a nice one. Yeah, 4th and 1 entertainment, man. Our guy. I like it. All right, let's roll on, fellas. That's our game 1. So I want Hornets at this number. I don't care. I don't care. I still want them at this number. I'm going to sit with it after the show. LJ's gone official with Hornets team total over 121.5. Let's roll on to our next spot on the board. Miami Heat, 31-28, 14-17 on the road. Philadelphia 76ers, 32-26. 15-15 at home at Xfinity Mobile Arena in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The Heat hurt me, man. They hurt me bad. I had backed them in their first game out of the break at Atlanta. It took until the third quarter, and they destroyed Atlanta. Excuse me. I didn't back them against Memphis. And then, unfortunately, I backed them again at Milwaukee. And also, unfortunately, it was the money line for the Heat was one of our parlay spots, and that was the only one that lost. And we'd won our first parlay the week before, so they disappointed me in a big way. The Sixers, coming off a road trip, they played Atlanta at home on the night before the Heat beat them up. They lost to Atlanta in that one, 117-107. Then they went on the road trip. Pelicans, Timberwolves, Pacers. They got home yesterday, and they play immediately. They destroyed Minnesota, and then they destroyed the Pacers as well. Let's take a look at who will be in and who will be out and go over the line history. Oh, I don't need this up anymore. That was wild. 9.5 to 13.5. Absolutely wild. So here we go. We have for the Heat, Storman, Norman, and Devian Mitchell both questionable. On the other side of things, Embiid is probable. Let's take a closer look at Storman, Norman here. So he's questionable. Late injury addition, right groin soreness, and Devian Mitchell sick. So these are two very important pieces of this puzzle. We have Miami plus 2.5. We don't know if Devian Mitchell's going to play or not, but it's an illness that he's dealing with. Opening up at 2.5, closing it right now at 2.5. So we had little to no movement from a total side of things here. We have a 239.5. This one opened up at 239. Let's hear from Brizzy. Brizzy, take it away. Heat, Sixers.
Yeah, this is a tough game to really get a grasp on. I mean, oddly enough, the 76ers have historically struggled head-to-head versus the Heat, and these are two of the top 5 first-half NBA teams in the NBA, with the Miami Heat being in first place and the Philadelphia 76ers being in fourth. Miami's just a hard team to trust down the stretch. Like, me and Stacks have been arguing about this the whole entire year, and I've been telling him, hey, you watch Miami play for a full game, man, down the stretch, man, they be on some bullshit. And then that's what happened in their last game against the Bucks. I believe they didn't score in, like, the last 3 to 5 minutes of the game in regulation, and they ended up losing that game. And for me, it's just like first half over, maybe that would be the move here. The numbers and what my heart and my eyes feel just don't match up here in this spot. Like, the numbers are going to tell you Miami. Miami's the best team ATS in the NBA this year. All but lost are 20-7 ATS, and the Sixers are the best road team ATS in the NBA. But at home, they have not been covering numbers. They're 13-17 ATS at home, which is 8th worst in the NBA. And for a team that looks like they're having a pretty good season on the surface, you would think that their home ATS numbers would be a little bit better. I live down here in the South Jersey area. The fans always show up for a Sixers game, and they're always loud, and we always have these different like theme nights and stuff like that. But it still hasn't given the Sixers an extra boost at home this year. So from that aspect, the numbers are just telling me Miami, but something in my heart tells me that this is one of those short spreads that everybody thinks the dog's live. You bet the +110, and the Sixers end up being down by 8, and then they end up winning the game by 6. So I'm just gonna stay off of this game.
I like the breakdown. I think it's all very legit. All the angles. I wonder for the Sixers. It's their 4th game in 6 nights, and it's with constant travel. This is just a bad spot for the Sixers. They're coming off 2 blowout victories. The line is extremely short. It's fishy that it's so short. It's not moving. If I knew that Davion Mitchell wasn't sick, if I knew that Storm and Norman, it was like, it's very tricky to move. The line is telling us that they're fine and they'll be in. This is your hard-earned money that you're putting down. Like this isn't, you don't want to be guessing in that shit. This isn't like a pick. This is a bet. But this is a bad spot for Philadelphia. This is a good spot for the Heat coming off of a loss. So look at what the Sixers had to do. They come out of the All-Star break on the 19th. They lose to Atlanta at home. The next day, they fly to New Orleans. Then they play on the 21st. That night, they fly to Minnesota. Then they play on the 22nd. The next day, they fly to the Pacers. They beat them on the 20th. So they fly on the 23rd, play on the 24th, fly home on the 25th, and have to play immediately. That's why the number is what it is. It's just, is it worth betting? LJ, take it away.
Yeah, you guys hit it right on the number, especially Billy, man. He broke it down perfectly how both these teams are top 5 in the first half. But I rather trust the Sixers on the road mostly than at home. And 8 of their last 10 games have been on the road. So, Jimmy, you are exactly right. This is a bad spot for them. And not to mention, Miami's coming off a loss, and they've covered 10 straight games off a loss. So, but like Brizzy said, they tend to, drift off towards the end of the games. They'll keep a lead through the whole third quarter, but then that fourth quarter they tend to give up that lead. So all that said, I'd rather trust Miami early because that's where they do their most damage, especially on the road in the first half. Miami is 11-2 against the spread in the first half on the road versus the Eastern Conference, 21-6-1 versus the Eastern Conference overall in the first half. So let's just stick to that. I trust Miami early, even though I wouldn't be surprised if they win this game as well because they've covered 10 straight off a loss, like I mentioned. But I don't want to take that chance with them because some fluky thing can happen, and that's why the number's so low, -2. That's a bucket. You get what I'm saying? So they could easily get a turnover and lose the game on a bucket. So let's just focus on Miami first half, Jimmy. Whatever number you could give me for Miami first half is what I'm going to lock in official for the show.
How did you feel about the total in this game? This is one of 2 totals that we're seeing around that 240 range. I thought it was a little bit too high. Did you guys go over or under on it?
I would go under. I think some defense is going to at least be attempted to play in this game for the most part, especially down the stretch. So I would definitely go under if I had to make a bet on the total.
Yeah, I'm a little. I want to wait a couple more days before I trust pace of play right now. And shooting percentages. I just a couple more days. I think tomorrow. I think we've had enough time, to start, breaking down the pace of play and things like that. I'm just a little hesitant right now. I've been trying to stay away from totals as much as I can. I got to take Carter to basketball at the end of the show, It's a 45-minute class. I'm not going to be able to get my action in after this show. I won't be able to get my action in until about 5 p.m. Eastern, which I think is perfect for this spot because I'll have more information, or hopefully.
Yeah, the East Coast injury news report comes out at 5:30, and we'll get a way better synopsis. It's the time of the year where somebody not even be on the injury report, fuck around and be out at 5:30. You'd be like, yo, what the fuck? Giannis is out of the lineup?
Yeah. So we have the first half here for this spot. I think I can find. Let me just try one more book here to see if I can.
I like the market for the first half too. If you look at the Heat money line, it's plus 130, but their first half money line's cut in half at plus 114 on FanDuel.
Plus 1.5 at minus 107 here. Oh, Purdue. Okay, thank you, my man. Beautiful. Thank you, Von Polo backing Purdue. We have the Goracle on Purdue as well. Thank you, my man. Von Polo in the house. So I have a plus 1.5 at minus 105. And then let's just see if we can beat any of these legal books. And yeah, no, you can't. Plus 1.5 minus 105. Unless you want a plus number. If you did want a plus number, you know, we can get you a plus 0.5 at plus 111.
No, I'll stick to the first one.
Plus 1.5 at minus 105 here for LJ. So, and I want the Heat. This is a fishy line after 2 blowouts for the Sixers. We just talked about all the travel the Sixers have to do, a 4th game in 6 nights. But I am going to wait till after I get back. We just heard from Wine Time also on the Heat money line. Godfather on the Heat plus 2.5 minus 105. Jermaine on Bam under 27.5 points in rebounds. Shout out to Markel in the house. Great to see you, Markel. So I
would bet the under on Embiid's points. Embiid historically doesn't do too well against the Miami Heat. Eric Spoelstra does like these weird defensive coverages on him.
Lucky Lefty on Knippel over 3s. Justin McKelvey also on the Heat plus 2.5. And we have LJ on Heat plus 1.5 minus 105. That's available offshore right now. Penny's a little bit more expensive. Let's roll on. LJ going to be hitting leadoff for us. We go to State Farm Arena in Atlanta, Georgia. Wizards Hawks is our next spot on the board. Let's get this one all set up. Wizards Hawks. Okay, take a look at the injury report as well. Let's roll. Neither team on the first of a back-to-back, so we're fine here. We have the Wizards coming in off of 119-98 loss at Atlanta on Tuesday. They opened up the post All-Star break with a couple wins versus the Pacers, then got beaten up by Charlotte, and then lost at Atlanta. On the other side of things here, these teams, of course, played in Washington. Now they're back in Atlanta. Atlanta coming off back-to-back wins, beat Washington, beat Brooklyn, and that was on the heels of losing to the Heat. We take a look at who will be in and who will be out here. Oh, shit. Sorry, click that. We have for the Wizards the same situation we've been dealing with. So nothing. Well, George is out, but no Russell, no Sarr, no Trey, no AD, of course. So Carrington at the 1, Johnson 2, Riley at the 3, Koulibaly at the 4, Vukovic at the 5. And then on the other side of things, Riza Shea, Johnson's out, as you guys know, going to be out for a while. But Riza Shea and Alexander Walker are questionable. And these are important pieces here. So it's a right hip contusion for Riza Shea. We watched Kuminga explode. We'll probably see more of that here, especially if Riza Shea's not available. And then Nickeil Alexander-Walker, left foot sprain. He got it in this first meeting. So here we go. So we're going to see the idea now is you're going to see a lot of Kuminga, a lot of Kispert, a lot of Gabe Vincent. Let's get to the line history and have LJ hit.
Will Riley too, Jim. You got to throw his name out there to have. Remember when he played for Illinois last year? He was nasty.
Yeah, no, that's legit. Washington's Atlanta and Washington are two teams that next year should. I mean, we all want to see what Washington looks like next year. But Atlanta is. I mean, they've come together here. Atlanta opened up at 6.5. They're now 5.5. That's interesting. Point move towards the Wizards. And then we have, oh shit, that's half. That's first half. That's why. Fuck. I was like, what the hell's that? Sorry about that. 9.5 is the number. Look at this. So this opens up at 12 at 8:51 p.m. I guess it's the Jalen Johnson information here. We've had a 2.5 point move towards the Wizards. Or maybe it's Nikhil as well. When we get to the cash flow here, we have let me go to default here. Sorry. We have for the Wizards 44% of the tickets, 50% of the cash on the Wizards, 50% of the tickets on the over, but 55% cash on the over. Take it away for us, LJ from HTown, Wizards, Hawks.
Yeah, Jimmy, I don't want to be involved in this game. Too many injuries going on, and I'm a Jalen Johnson guy. So if he's not in the game, I am not interested at all because he's going to be the best player on the floor. And Atlanta, they got Kuminga now. He's putting up minutes, so you never know if he's going to have an outlier game and take all the possessions away from everybody, just try to score. So, and Washington, like I said, they're in flux as well. I would lean over just because I just could see points. I think Atlanta scored a lot of points the last game. These teams just played 2 days ago. So I have no interest. So it's an easy pass for me.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think another angle to this, and I wonder what you guys think of this, is that the injury information for the Hawks and the excitement around Kuminga in this lineup is just giving us a better number against the Wizards teams that's going to fall off in the second half because of their lack of depth.
Mm-hmm.
That 9.5.
I don't like Atlanta in this spot at all.
Keep rolling. Take it away, Brizzy.
Yeah, I don't like Atlanta in this spot at all. I know the game that they just played kind of goes overshadowed because who bets the NBA on a Sunday, but I was watching that game. I was following that game. And it was semi-close, man. Like that game was not like the final score says blowout, but the first half was very competitive. And why would you back a team double digits that just beat another team by double digits on the second half of a home and home? Like that's just like NBA principle rules of like there's two things. That's one, and B, what LJ said. No Jalen Johnson, no Billy Brisbane on the Atlanta Hawks, man. I mean, Jalen Johnson is everything to the Atlanta Hawks. We used to say, fuck Trae Young, is Jalen Johnson playing tonight? And I get it, Jonathan Kuminga's look good, and he's back and all that. I would take CJ Collins' point prop in this one. He only had 8 points in 22 minutes in the last game versus the Wizards, but that was kind of like a casualty due to blowout. I think this is the Dabby Cab special of CJ McCollum over 2.5 threes. I mean, it's minus 178, so it's probably a sleeper prize picks type of piece for you if you're in a state that's legal that has that. I'm personally not, but I would probably say CJ McCollum over 2.5 3-pointers. And damn if I do, damn if I don't. But if you give me a free bet, I bet the Wizards plus the points here. This line is shorter than what the game was on Sunday, but they won damn near by like 12, 15 points. Like this is just a hold your nose, don't tell anybody. Don't even send it out as a premium. Just bet it. Just don't tell anybody. Wizards.
I hear all that, and I said a lot that I would never do it again. Fade a team after they just lost in the same matchup by double digits. But Brizzy, this game was not close. It was 60-43 at halftime. It was 100-64 after 3 quarters. It was just that.
What was the first quarter score then?
35-20 Atlanta.
Never mind then.
It was a smash and grab from start. It was just that they took their foot off the gas. I was in this situation just before the All-Star break, and I said I would never do it again. I would never, fade a team that just lost by double digits in the. It was the Bucks. I forget who the Bucks were playing. But
Thunder.
They played, no, it wasn't the Thunder. It was I'll figure it out here in a second. But the Bucks had lost the first leg of the same games in the same city, and then they won by 15 or so in the next one, and it cost me. And I said I would never do that again. So you're right. I won't do it again, but 9
I
and
wouldn't
a
even
half.
parlay. I wouldn't even parlay this. And you know me, I'll throw some chalk shit in the parlay. I would stay away from this. I would not parlay this. This is not some certified lock. This is not the Charlotte Hornets spot. This is not like who's to say the Wizards? The problem with the Wizards are they're so ass that the games that they're going to win, you're going to get ridiculous dog odds on them, and it's going to be super unpredictable. It's not going to be like the Wizards beating the Charlotte Hornets the Wizards beating the Nets or something like that, and it's like pick 'em odds. Like the games that the Wizards are going to win are going to be like 9.5, 10.5 point underdogs, and they're going to be like plus 350, and you're not going to be able to predict it. And this seems like one of those spots. Like they've been in the Magic City for a couple of days now, and then you got the strip clubs out of them, get a little bit of energy in them. I would not parlay Atlanta just blindly.
Yeah, Craig Brown. It was Orlando, and I said I'd never make this mistake again. Orlando beat Milwaukee 118-99 Monday, February 9th. They played again 2 nights later in Orlando again, and we capped it together. It was with Brizzy. We capped it together on that show, and I said I'm gonna bet they're gonna smack them again, and Milwaukee was in control all game long, won 116-108, and I said, never going to make that mistake again, ever. All right, let's roll on. 7:30 p.m. Eastern, our next spot on the board, San Antonio Spurs at the Brooklyn Nets. So we talked about it last night. It was a really tough spot for the Spurs. We had Pirtle being rested just so he could go up against Wemby. And I had Raptors first quarter +2 and full game +6 and cash. And I lost my other 2 bets in NBA. So it was absolutely crucial here. And this is another bad spot. You have your third game in 4 nights. You have your third game in 4 nights with constant travel. Now, it's not far, Detroit, Toronto, Brooklyn, but you're still getting on a plane. It's still, bad situation. Brooklyn looks terrible. It was very difficult.
I can't believe I bet them in their last game. That shit pissed me off. It was like the most Brooklyn spots, and it was just like, man, I got that rule. Don't bet on the bottom 5 teams in the NBA. Broke the rule. They got fucking smoked, man. The Nets, I can't fuck with them after that. That was wild. Like I can't believe I wasted my eyes. My eyes were just burning watching that game. Never again. I'm out on the Nets.
I don't mind at all betting the worst 5 teams in the league in the first half of the year, but now we get to the point where you don't know when they are not going to try. You don't know when like with the Kings, when DeRozan's going to go to the bench 4 minutes into the
Dallas literally flew in 2 hours before the shoot around started.
Yeah.
Like what? When do you see that in the NBA in 2026? That's something that used to happen in the 90s. Teams flying in the day of the game and stuff like that. Usually they fly in the middle of the night.
Larry Bird eat a couple hot dogs, drink a couple beers, still put up 40. We have Brooklyn on the first half of a back-to-back. So it's a bad situation for both squads. Let's get into the injury report here and then come up with a plan of attack if one is even needed. We have Brizzy, you'll be leading off Spurs, Brooklyn. Right now, we have Johnson questionable and Castle questionable. The Nets good to go, but they just can't be trusted at all. Godfather moving on the Spurs minus 11.5. I get it. But this line's moved, pretty heavily towards Brooklyn. They opened up at plus 14. Now they're plus 11.5, a 2.5 point move towards them. Unfortunately, I wish this was double-digit favorite on the first leg of a back-to-back. We could just bet the under and sit back and bet it again at halftime. Here we have a total of 224.5. It opened up at 225. And when we get to the cash flow for this one, 54% of the tickets, 64% of the cash on San Antonio. 46% of the tickets are on Brooklyn, man. Wild. 81% of the cash on the under. Here we go. Brizzy, take it away. Spurs, Nets.
Damn if you do, damn if you don't. I mean, I think the hardest part of becoming a good team, what the Spurs are trying to do, is just having the night-to-night motivation to keep up the level. I think that's the hardest thing. Like we saw that transition with the Thunder a couple years ago, and they passed that test with flying colors. The Spurs, we're still going to have to find out because they have a deep rotation. It's just like, man, they're starting to get a little bit tripping on the Spurs numbers here, bro. Like 12.5, minus 650s on the money lines. It's like Spurs are going to win. It would not shock me if they were down at some point in this game and ended up coming back like they did last night. But betting principles and philosophies, I don't like betting teams leaving the state. Not the state, the country of Canada, and then going back into America the next night. Like, it's just not it's not a go-to spot for me. And this isn't a go-to line. And I just don't think this is making my parlay filler piece. This doesn't even go in the parlay filler piece. Even though I do think the Spurs win. I don't think the Nets are winning this game. This just doesn't seem like the most like smart thing to do. Like, why are the Spurs the same exact price as the Hornets?
The Nets are going 10 deep in every game. And no one's playing less than 17 minutes. No one's playing more than 33. They're tanking. I mean, they're clearly not trying here. I don't know how you can back them. So it's always going to be one-way traffic, whether you want to fade them or not, and you're going to have to be, cashing double-digit favorites. LJ, Spurs, Brooklyn, any interest?
Yeah, I got some interest on the Spurs keeping the Nets under their team total. I just live capped when y'all was talking. The Spurs have allowed the team total for the Eastern Conference to go under 103 as an average their last 6 games. So I don't think they'll be motivated. They're coming off a back-to-back, and like you said, 12.5, that's a pretty big number. They don't really have to win by that, I think they got a bigger game coming up in a couple of days as well. So when you're dealing with these below 500 teams versus good teams, let's just say that the team that's better is going to play defense for the most part and keep those teams under their total points. So whatever you could give me the Nets team total under is what I'm going to make official for this game, because I think the Spurs will still play defense, even though I don't know, they still have to submit their injury report because they're on a back-to-back, so they have a little while to do that, a couple more hours. So
I don't think anybody's important is going to be out, because with them going into Brooklyn, you just assume the next game is going to be the Knicks, and they don't play the Knicks until Sunday. That's a long ass break for, like, granted it's a back-to-back, but the next game's not until Sunday. I mean, that's you basically got the whole entire weekend.
Yeah, that's true. That makes sense. Yeah, but like I said, I just rather them just play defense. I trust the Spurs defense versus a below 500 team like the Nets, because all they got is Michael Porter Jr. They had Cam, he left, so that's all they got. That's the only person they need to focus on is limiting him. So Nets team total under whatever number you can give me, I'm make official.
I can get a pretty good number here, under 106.5.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yes, that's
minus
beautiful.
106.
Beautiful.
Hello, there. So we have LJ finding something here. That's a tricky one. So we have LJ on the Nets team total under 106.5 at minus 106. That's available as we speak offshore. We roll on. Next up, the perfect rotation here, because we got LJ from HTown leading off our Houston Rockets, Orlando Magic spot. Rockets 36-21, 16-14 on the road. Magic 31-26, 17-9 at home. We are at the Kia Center in Orlando, Florida for this spot. Rockets on the second half of a back-to-back, 128-97. And again, I can't hit this to you guys enough. I'm not a guy who plays systems or angles like this ever, but this one, it just cashes for me every time. And when it doesn't cash for me, I cash it live at halftime. So I'd lost the under 222, lost it in the Rockets game last night, and now it's a full unit bet at halftime when it's skying over. Full unit bet, get it all back. I lose a little bit of VIG, but get it all back. I got the under 235.5. I'd have to go to my action. 235.5 live. And again, they're 41 points scored in the fourth quarter. I mean, it's clockwork, man. It's just double-digit favorite, first leg of a back-to-back. It's clockwork. Stacks play today. Number 2 is right here. He is on these Orlando Magic against LJ's Houston Rockets. Shout out to our guy Justin.
Stacks, 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 stacks.
So I see this as obviously Rockets are on the second half back to back. No one's ever going to shine that shoe up. It sucks. But this is a terrible spot for the Magic. They were just chilling out in LA. You know, they beat both the Clippers and the Lakers in very, very tight games. It was a 4-game road trip, Sacramento to Phoenix, and then they sit in the sunshine in LA. After they beat the Lakers, they don't, obviously fly out. They go back to their hotel, bang whoever they want. Next day, they fly back to Orlando, all the way across North America, and now they face a Rockets team. I know that we have a back-to-back, and it's a tricky situation, but this is not a good spot for Orlando, in my estimation. We have Wagner out, of course. Suggs questionable. Everybody good to go except for Tate for the Rockets here. They didn't have to put any stress on that game. So Suggs has missed 3 straight games. Look, after you are on a 4-hour flight, you don't play the next day if you have back problems, generally speaking. I don't want to put that out too heavy, but I don't want the Magic here. And if you don't want the Rockets on the second half of back-to-back, you don't want them here. Godfather says Suggs is upgraded to active. Upgraded to active here, so I guess I'm wrong on that idea here. Maybe he had a chance to chill out in Cali and rest up here. So here we go. We're going to have LJ hitting leadoff. Let's get this line history rolling. From the total, we have a 214.5. This one opened up at 216. We've dropped 1.5 on the total. From a point spread scenario, we have the +3 for Orlando. This one opened up at 2.5, got down to 2. Now we're up to +3. God, but I don't know if I've backed a favorite on the second half of a back-to-back all year. I tend to like the dog in this situation. Maybe I could just focus on the Rockets early. We have just the man for the job. Break it down for us, LJ. Rockets Magic, Kia Center in Orlando, Florida.
There you go, Jimmy. You hit it right on the number, buddy. I got a couple spots in this game. First half, I'm right there. Rockets first half. They're 8-3 against the spread in the first half on the road versus the Eastern Conference. And Orlando's coming back home after that road trip on the West Coast, which they did well for the most part. But I think it's a bad spot. Coming home, first game, we know how it goes. They got to get their affairs in order. Coming back home, whoever got family, got to take care of business, pay some bills, do all this stuff. Probably got paid today too, So I don't really think they're going to be trying to be locked in on a Houston Rockets team, that's pretty good and plays well on the roads. They play good defense on the road, especially versus the Eastern Conference. So I'm going to trust the Rockets first half to jump on Orlando early. I'm not going to trust the full game because things get tight later on in the game because the Rockets offense is still shaky and they tend to not be able to score down the stretch, as we saw in that New York game maybe a week ago, that they had to lead the whole game and then just let it go. So let's just trust the Rockets first half on the road versus the Eastern Conference. And I'm on 2 props. Let's start with Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant is averaging 28.5 points on the road versus the Eastern Conference, man. And I'm trusting he's going to be able to put up points. I'm glad Amir Thompson is back in the lineup tonight after missing last night. He's good to go with that hip. So I believe they're going to have their full arsenal ready to go. And as long as he's in there pushing the ball, finding Kevin Durant on those screens and those post downs, I believe Kevin Durant could put up points tonight on an Orlando team that's really not that type of a threat, in my opinion, to keep him under his points. So whatever prop number you could give me with Kevin Durant's points, whatever it is, I'm going to take that. And I'm also going to take my man Amir Thompson with his steals, because this guy here, 2+ steals, 9 straight games on the road versus the Eastern Conference. And if you go through his box score, I think he's hit at least 2+ steals in 6 straight games, if I'm not mistaken. The guy's very active on that perimeter. He's looking to get in those passing lanes and get that fast break going down the other end. So I'm going to trust that he's going to get that 2+ steals as well. He may get more, but let's just focus on to 2+ steals, which he has been doing basically all year. But on the road versus the East, his tendency is 2+ steals. And y'all know how I cap. I am a pattern guy. I love to find patterns and tendencies of players that's showing things consistently throughout the season. So Kevin Durant over his points, Amir Thompson 2+ steals, and I'm going to take the Rockets first half, whatever numbers you can give me.
We have some decisions to make around all this. First off, the Rockets -1.5 is the first half. I can get a -1 at -115.
What's the 1.5?
-106.
I'll take that. I think that'll be a Bob bucket. Yeah,
All right.
-1.5. Yeah.
-1.5, -106. I'll also see if I can beat that at a couple other spots. Here, I want to look at a couple different books for the player props. Amen, Tom, they're not giving us the steal at this one offshore, so I'll look over here. I imagine we'll get it here. But for the points, let's just do the comparison here on KD. And we got KD here. Wow, what a difference. Good God. What a difference line shopping at these books are. And, you know, the Edge Finder that Wham Bam 3000 does, the seeing all the, you know, different numbers for the player props is hugely advantageous. So look at this, man. I mean, this is why, you know, Brizzy talks about it all the time as well. Look at this difference. Here at this offshore, KD over 26.5 points plus 100. Bet 365, KD over 26.5 points minus 130. 30 cents difference, which is insane.
Wow.
So I'll grab that. And let me just go over to defense here and steals. Let's get the steals.
I got 2+ steals plus 100 from Amir Thompson right now in my book.
I got plus 110 here.
Okay.
We'll give you that.
Yeah.
So over 1.5. So Thompson over 1.5 steals at plus 110. Over 26.5 points at plus 100. Rockets first half -1.5 minus 106. I'm wondering if I want to be even earlier on this, like a first quarter and first half, but you know, gets a little trickier with that. The 12 minutes. I also want to know if Suggs is in and see if that changes the line at all. Let's hear from Brizzy. Brizzy, take it away. Rockets Magic.
Yeah, first of the Amazon Prime games this evening, and I just can't get a good read on this. I don't like the travel situation for the Magic coming off of a buzzer beater win versus the Lakers to conclude their 4-game road trip. But man, I think this is call me crazy, man. I think with the road trip thing, it gets neutralized when the team's coming back on the second half of a back-to-back. It's not confirmed. There's not any statistical data, but in my head, I feel like that kind of like neutralizes the spot. And I think this is an Orlando spot. Like they're playing well right now. Win 6 of their last 8, 17-9 straight up at home. The times that we've seen Houston be lackluster this year has been on the road. They're on a second half of a back-to-back. Orlando's coming back from a West Coast road trip. Not a good spot for either team. We talk about travel-wise. Man, I think the under is probably the best bet. I'm not really betting totals like that, but I got to lean towards Orlando. There's other spots I like a little bit more on the card than this. Actually, there's 3 spots I like in the card 10 times more than this, and this is just not one of them. But like entertainment, popcorn, yeah, this is the best game of the day. I think I might tell LJ on the KD point prop. That looks certified spooky. On FanDuel, 25 plus, open up at -125. It's up to -175. Tells me everything I need to know.
Yeah, I like the breakdown. I'm interested. I'm interested in getting involved here. You know, the out of conference, the care factor, all that stuff is a concern. But I just see this as a bad spot for Orlando. They were just sitting in LA, but I mean,
they had yesterday off.
Yesterday they had to fly.
But that's what I mean. Like,
yeah,
It's like
No, but that's
one
exactly
team
why I
one team was playing basketball and the other team was flying. So it's like, man, this just doesn't seem like there's a bunch of edge.
No, that's very valid. Very valid. Let's roll on. We have LJ on the Rockets. First half -1, half -106. KD over 26.9 points plus 100. Thompson over 1.5 steals at plus 110. I'm very interested in the Rockets early in this one, but let's roll on. 8 p.m. Eastern, the Portland Trailblazers 28-31, 12-16 on the road. Chicago Bulls 24-35, 15-16 at home. We are at the United Center here. Man, the Bulls just stopped playing against Charlotte, which was great, which I enjoyed very, very much. Let's see what happens here in this spot. We have the Blazers coming off that 124-121 loss at home versus Minnesota. I thought they played really well in that game. I was very fortunate to only have the double result because the first half didn't cover and the full game didn't cover. That's one of the – I think that might – I don't remember that happening for me where both first half full game don't cover, but you cash that double result. It worked there. Blazers look good. They look good. Now they hit the road. The Bulls, man, this is horrific. Now they've had 4 games in 6 nights, but no travel. So that should help. But we just see there's no depth on this basketball team anymore. None. And they're just playing on the string now. They're clearly trying to lose games. Losers of 10 straight. They're getting the job done. And here we go. This is also, it's so funny the way they set this up because they could have easily, not traded Kobe White. They could have easily made a couple different decisions. They have a 7-game homestand after the All-Star break and get ready to playoff position. But they chose not to, and we get why that is. So here we go. In the perfect spot of a homestand. I'd like game 6 of a 7-game homestand. This is game 5, so maybe it's not the absolute perfect spot, but it's a very good spot for the Chicago Bulls. Let's take a look at the line history and who we expect in and out of the lineup for the Bulls. At least we know what's up. Williams out, Smith out, Simons out, Ivy out. For the Blazers, Avdia out, Sharp out. And then we have Robert Williams questionable. The reason why that's important is because Klingon is questionable as well. It was a late addition to the injury report because he's
literally sick. Like a fucking hour ago. I mean, the books don't want you betting on this game.
He's sick, yeah. So
Donovan Klingon's prize picks prop was the most goblin of the day. So basically people were taking it down to 10 plus rebounds because the rebound line was 13.5. His double prop was minus 320.
Wow.
What are we doing here, man? Why are the Bulls anywhere remotely close to the possession of a fucking basketball game? Has anybody watched the Chicago Bulls play in the last month? They've been absolutely god-awful. 0-10, I believe, straight up in their last 10 games. 1-9 ATS last 10. I get it, Portland doesn't have Denny Avdia, but hey, this is one of those ones, just wait for Donovan Klingon to be ruled out. Just bet Portland.
See, I see this a little differently. They have no depth whatsoever. They were down a point at halftime against the Hornets, and then they just fall apart in the second half. It feels like they try on the first half, and then oh yeah, I forgot, we're tanking. So I would have some interest in backing the Bulls early. Remember, I'm trying hard to stick to this, but I said that I would bet every single team that lost by 30 points, I would bet them the next game. And it is appealing here. And I mean,
Portland's coming off that heartbreaker. They should have beat Minnesota in that game.
Yeah. Danny says this is Billy Donovan's last season. You can tell by watching him, he doesn't care anymore. Swaggy says Bulls get Portland pick if Portland makes the playoffs. Wow, that's a great side note. All right, so we have this sitting here at 4.5, opened up at 4.5, went down to 3, got up to 5, now sitting just at 4.5. From a total side of things here, we have the 234.5. This one opened at 235. We get to the cash flow here for this one. We have 65% of the tickets and 90% of the cash on the Chicago Bulls. 82% of tickets on the under, 90% of cash on the under. Take it away for us, Brizzy. Blazers, Bulls, any interest?
I had written down Portland Trail Blazers money line, Donovan Klingon double same game parlay plus 100, but I can't bet it until I get more information. I can't bet this game in general until I get more information.
Yeah, I don't know why I have this. I know why. It's this fucking 30-point loss. It's just the ROI is insane. But this is one that's not comforting. Let's hear from LJ. LJ, any interest in Blazers Bulls?
I mean, I see an advantage of the Bulls because if you've been watching them, they play much better versus the Western Conference, than they do the Eastern Conference, especially early in the game. But I don't like their lineup. They have like too many guards, and I don't like the cohesiveness of the team. And Portland, I don't like them either for the most part. Now they're traveling on the road, coming off a heartbreaker versus the Wolves. And now you got to play a Bulls team that just lost by 30, like you just said. So ain't no telling what the Bulls' motivation is going to be tonight. Do they want to come back from an embarrassment, or do they want to continue to be the sucky team that they are? So all that said, I'm going to pass, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Bulls win this game just because of the 30-point loss. And they play better versus the Western Conference. Like, their team total may be a good look instead of just trying to worry about them trying to win the game. Just expect them to put up points because they only scored, 99 the last game versus the Hornets? Yeah, so I was expecting to put up points, but
I wish the Bulls had a front court though. Like they don't have a front court. Yabusele's out here playing 30 minutes for the Bulls. Has anybody watched Yabusele play, bro? He's like 6'8". He's not that tall.
Why are they starting him? You have Nick Richards.
They don't have anybody else. They got Yabusele, Patrick Williams, and Nick Richards as their bigs. That's why they're getting blown out in games. Yabusele's like 6'8".
Hey, Nick Richards is better than Yabusele.
There's point guards in the league that are taller than fucking Yabusele.
They got Yabusele at the 4, Richards at the 5. They're starting both.
Okay, well,
I had Patrick Williams starting at the 4 in their last game.
Oh yeah, I just mean the setup for tonight.
This is just like, it's so that the Chicago at +3.5 is like. I mean, why? I think the sports books are over factoring the injuries on the Blazers side. They can win this game without Donovan Clean and fucking Denny Ivey, and it's going to be a good price tag. While everybody's looking at these short favorites and these big, high-studied games on television and stuff like that, everybody's skipping over the Portland Trailblazers and Chicago game. But, like, dude, let Donovan Clean be out. And this shit go down to like -150 or some shit like that. Bro, I'm betting Portland. Fuck that. Like, I'm just gotta wait on the injury news report.
The injury news report is crucial because you just talked about the lack of size that the Bulls have. At this point, Klingon, Robert Williams, and Yang Hansen, 3 centers are all questionable to play. If these guys are out, here's the Bulls' chance. We're not going to get beaten up by size. There's a reason why Clean was being hammered by everybody in the prop market. So this is very, very, very interesting spot. I'm already kind of forced to bet the Bulls. Unfortunately, and the last time I said there was a 30-point, it was the Lakers. They'd lost by 30. They were like 9-point favorites. So I was like, look. I'm not, and they won by 25 or whatever. And I said to myself, you can't pick or choose these things. If you have an angle that works for you, you just have to bet it every single time. If the ROI is insane, don't pick and choose, because then you're setting yourself up for screwing it up here. Speaking of basketball, I have to take Carter to basketball. So we have Jose coming in to host and set you guys up for the last 4 games, which means I know to get Brizzy's action for record-keeping purposes off the Discord, but Jose, I need you to line shop for LJ. So, Jose, jump on screen with us right now. I need you to line shop for us for LJ's action here. I've got LJ's early action. I'm not going to be able to make my additions now for about an hour and 5 minutes, which I think is perfect for NBA. A bit of a problem here. Not perfect for NBA. I shouldn't say that, but it's fine for NBA. It's a bit of a problem in college basketball. So that is the situation here. We have a huge show for you guys tomorrow. Brizzy, love working with you every Thursday here. LJ, it's great to have you back, man. And can't wait to be breaking bread and hanging with you down in San Antonio in no time, man. It's a big deal to get a chance to sit beside LJ from HTown. Also, LJ JPZ concert in San Antone. We're going to be talking more about that and hitting that hard because that's a must watch. That's, oh God, it's going to be magic. So, Jose, thank you for taking care of everything. Dan says, make sure you sharpen Carter's elbows for basketball. Yeah, and also Ella, man. Ella's just a on-ball defender, ferocious. But I get an hour in between their two practices where I'll get all my action in. Jose, thank you for having my back. Thank you to everybody here for rocking with us. Another big show tomorrow. And thank you to our guests, man, Bobano, and then, of course, Morgan Spooner. And here we got LJ from HTown, Billy Brisbane, Jose taking over. Much love, fellas. Get that cash. We're going for our 7th straight winning show today. And those of you close to me know how important it is that we keep succeeding. Jose, take it away. Jose, next spot for us here is Sacramento Kings basketball, leaving just in time.
Yep. So let's go after Sacramento Kings basketball here. Should be a fun one here against the Dallas Mavericks. Just a few hours away from old LJ over there. But let's talk about where this market is right now. We have 58% of the money and 50-50 ticket splits on the Dallas Mavericks here. This line has moved down, so people are seemingly interested in the Kings from 8.5 to 7.5 here now on Sacramento. Billy, we'll start with you here. I think LJ started the last game, but we'll start with you, Mr. Brisbane. What do you think about this dumpster fire of a matchup here?
Yeah, when you look at how many people are out for Dallas and they're still laying this amount of points, speaks volumes to what the sports books think about this Kings roster. They've lost 16 consecutive games, and I don't really see too much changing tonight. So we'll keep it short, sweet, and simple. 17 on the board tonight. I think Dallas wins this game. Shit, I think Dallas is parlayable. I'd rather parlay Dallas than some of these like gigantic favorites on the card today. I just over would probably be the lean for the total. I could definitely see a lot of points being put up in this one. If you're looking for a player prop, though, a lot of the Dallas injuries are in their backcourt where we're seeing the playoff man, the myth, the legend himself, Brandon Williams, coming back inside the rotation, and his point prop got steamed on the opener. Opened up at 14.5 at -125, up to 16.5 at -112, as high as -125 in some places. And I think Brandon Williams is probably going to be the way I'm going to bet this game, and he's probably going to make my card.
All right, beautiful. As always, check out the Discord to find out Billy's official action there. Gold and silver members. Mr. LJ from HTown, what do you have on this one?
I don't have nothing official, but like Billy said, I will lean over just because points. You know, the Kings, I saw them last night. You know, they're just not a good team. It's all Russell Westbrook for the most part. And if he's not being active, I don't see the Kings doing anything. But I can't trust Dallas with all the injuries. So for that reason, I pass. You know, both of these teams are below 500, so I'm not interested.
All right, fair enough. No action on this game. By the way, shout out to Chappie Funk saying he's going to bring some records to SA. I hope we do see you there, Chappie Funk at Palooza. Should be a good one indeed here. The Los Angeles Lakers, next on our board. My favorite team to talk about because of how putrid they are. 5.5-point favorites on the road. I was a little surprised to see this, but if I was surprised at 5.5, I should be even more surprised at 6. Which is popping up now across all boards here. Opened up at a 4.5 here. So the Lakers are indeed getting some love here. 70% of the bets and 95% of the money is on the Los Angeles Lakers. If you believe that wager is more sharp money, then you can see why that line is moving here. It doesn't seem like Phoenix has the offensive firepower to make the Lakers really sweat here with their lack of defense. I also saw a quote that DeAndre Ayton said, quote, "They're trying to make me like Clint Capella." And I was thinking in my head, DeAndre, you should wish to be like Clint Capella because you are not even at that level, Mr. DeAndre Ayton. So I'm fascinated to see what they do in this game.
Is this the spot for DeAndre Ayton tonight, though? And, revenge spot going back into games.
I look forward to hearing all the breakdowns here. LJ, we'll start with you here this time. What do you have on this one?
I'm doubling it up, man. Lakers first half full game. the Suns, they don't have enough scoring, and they've lost all 4 first halves since coming out the All-Star break. And the Lakers are coming off 2 horrible losses, in my opinion. And now you're in your division. So I believe they're going to be licking their chops tonight versus a Suns team that's vulnerable, missing 2 of their top scorers in that lineup. And DeAndre Ayton's always motivated to play against the Suns. Anybody else, you can take his under. But far as when he's playing the Suns, you can take the over because he seems like he's a different player when he's playing his team for the most part. So all that said, find out whatever numbers you can give me, Jose, first half and full game. I'm on the Lakers.
All right, first half full game for LJ here. First half 2.5 minus 110. I'm finding in full game. I was at 5 for 5.5 here. So 5.5 minus 108.
Sounds good to me.
Mr. LJ from HTown. There we go. Minus 5.5 minus 108 for LJ. Billy Briz, what do you have on this one?
Yeah, I got a bad feeling about this game, man. The Suns lead the head-to-head 2-1, and they don't have Booker or Dylan Brooks, and it feels like it's just too easy to back the Lakers here in this spot. Like I thought the Lakers would be bigger favorites here. If I had to line the Lakers in this spot, I would put them at -7, -250 on the money line. And like, if you're gonna play the Lakers, you got to parlay it. But like at -210, damn if I do, damn if I don't. But you'll be surprised. You would think like professional sports bettors, or if you saw a professional sports bettor in person and like them just followed them throughout the day and just saw their tickets, you would be like, what? This is how people bet on professional sports? Like a professional sports bettor would just slam the LA Lakers money line at -210 instead of betting the spread. And just put like 8K on the money line, just call it a day. That was the biggest thing that I kind of realized, where that's how favorites end up losing outright, is because there's people out here in the world that are slamming -300s for 10K and just rolling over the $2,000 or $3,000 that they're getting to the next day, which doesn't seem like you got the money, do it. But I don't have that type of money, so I'm just gonna sit on the sidelines.
All right. No action for Billy here. DeAndre Ayton props interesting today. We'll keep an eye out for that. LJ's on first half full game. The Lakers here. Justin McKelvey on Luka, 31 plus points, -115 here. Ron Lofton also on the Lakers, -110 for the 5.5, and Suns team total under 107.5 plus 102. Shout out to you both there. Next, let's go to the battle of the sweet, sweet Jazz here. The New Orleans Pelicans, who probably should be the Jazz, versus the Utah Jazz here. Never forget the New Orleans Hornets as well. 4.5 point favorites are the Pelicans here. I'm not going to lie. When I was making the graphics here, I expected the Jazz to be favored here, but the Jazz are tanking, so that would make no sense. 1.5 points is opened up at, apparently, and this is all the way up to 6.5 and 7s. Billy, I'll ask you when we get done with this little market introduction here, if there's someone out, because that is a huge jump for the Jazz there. 66% of the bets, 89% of the money on the New Orleans Pelicans here. Both teams, well, the Pelicans don't even have their picks because Joe Dumars is an ass clown, but the Jazz absolutely tanking here. What do you think here, Billy?
This is the best bet of the card today. I don't know if people are tapped into what's been going on Twitter and social media. The stuff with DeJounte Murray. So the thing is, he was supposed to be traded, that he didn't get traded, He goes on Twitter the other night and he goes, let's clear the air. This is quote unquote, word for word. Let's clear the air because fuck a source. Me or my agent never requested a trade out of New Orleans, and New Orleans in capitalizations with 5 exclamation points. Joe and the whole organization know I've been locked in to come back and play better than ever to help this team make a playoff push or a play-in push or whatever that comes at. 2 exclamation points, 2 laughing emojis. It's about to get fun. Popcorn. I'm in. If you've been watching the Pelicans play the last week, I'm in. Fuck it. I'm in. Pelicans have been playing good basketball. DeJounte Murray's back in the lineup. Zion's healthy. Utah doesn't have Keontae George or Laurie Marketing. How is this not double digits? I get it. We're in Utah, and the Pelicans are just not a type of team that you want to back. Crazy odds, but like the Pelicans are a bet on team, bro. In the next couple of weeks, it's just only going to be the next couple of weeks. Do I think they make the play-in? Maybe. Will I find out? Yes, I will, because this is the type of things that we're looking for. Teams at the bottom of the league that still have motivation to keep on playing from night to night, and the Pelicans got to be one of the most motivated, like, bad teams in the NBA right now. Like, they're trying to win games. They don't have any incentive to tank. They already have the players that they were supposed to get out of free agency. They already had the top draft pick with Derek Queen and the other kid from Oklahoma last year. Like,
Yeah.
Buy in on the Pelicans, man. This is the spot for me today. I bought in on the opening number 4.5, and I'm just trying to find a dance partner to parlay it with.
All right. Wow. What a sell there by Billy. The Pelicans on his card. LJ, what do you think?
I mean, all that sounds good, but
Uh-oh.
I'm not interested in this game because I don't believe in none of these teams. Now, I can lean over just because Utah is an over team and they're back at home, which they do put up points, but 242.5, this game would have to go overtime for me to trust that this game goes over because I don't trust the NCs. Now, Deontay Murray, he talking good, but all his point props are plus money. You know what I'm saying? So I got to see him play to be consistently to see if he can hit those props because I'll just focus on him. But he's got a game under his belt now, so he may come to play tonight. But as far as that, I need a little bit more sample size for me to try to invest in him. Like, I like Deontay Murray for the most part, and I believe he can run this team. You get what I'm saying? He's motivated. He's trying to say they're going to get to the play-in, but hey, it's easy to say it, but it has to be done too. So seeing is believing for me. But as far as this game, I'm passing.
No action for LJ. And Billy, I agree with you. They're going to be the most motivated bad team in the league because they do not have their draft pick, and their general manager does not want to look like an ass clown for them having a high pick and them not having it. So I agree with you guys there. So it should be a fun game.
The total's getting steamed. Opened up at 238.5, all the way up to 244.5. By far the highest total of the day.
Yeah. And it's funny, it's on Wager Talk, 73% of the bets, 68% of the money on the under.
If you didn't know any better, the sports books are telling you Pelicans are hanging up 130 points, 130 points in this game. Well, I don't think they're hanging up 130 points. If they do, how do the Pelicans not win this game? They're putting up damn near 125, 130 points.
I would agree with you. Like Pelicans team total or a full game Pelicans. Definitely something I'd be interested to hear as well. We have one more game to talk about, and I'd say it's the best game on the board here, at least viewership-wise here. Minnesota Timberwolves, Los Angeles Clippers, the Clip Show, trying to find life. Ben Mathurin, Kawhi Leonard apparently has been the best player in basketball this year. Been surprising to see that. He's been hooping off all those aspiration allegations, so shout out to him. But the Timberwolves are very interesting. 54% of the bets, 82% of the money on the Timberwolves here. The Minnesota Timberwolves, who, by the way, Rich Paul said on a podcast that he's on that Anthony Edwards is the best player in basketball. So shout out to Rich Paul for that hot take. A guy that would know something. Loving him some Anthony Edwards here. And by far, he will be the best player on the court here today.
Don't take too much away from that. He's just trying to get him over to his agency, man. We know what you do, Rich Paul. Rich, you signed to Rich Paul's agency. You could be anybody and you get drafted.
4.5 opener. BOL right now has this at a 6.5 for Minnesota here. Got up to 5.5 and then 6. Everywhere else still showing 5.5, 6s, but BOL showing that strong 6.5 here. LJ, you can lead this one off for us here. What do you think about this game?
I think it's going to be a battle of points, in my opinion, because Minnesota plays better on the road, especially scoring. They're not really interested in covering, but they put up points on the road. I think they're second behind Denver with their team total over on the road. So if the Clippers are come out here and play defense, you get what I'm saying? They'll be motivated to win this game, man. But as far as me to take a side, I'm gonna stay off, man. I got enough action, in early part of the card. So if I'm looking good, towards the end of the night, I may jump on some live. But other than that, right now, I don't have anything official.
Minnesota's good money tonight. I think Minnesota's good money tonight. This is one that as of right now, I think this is going to be my dance partner with New Orleans. The last time that these two teams played, while everybody was focused on the Super Bowl, there were NBA games on February the 8th. And if you remember that game on the February the 8th, that's damn near the best I've seen Kawhi Leonard play in a minute, bro. He had 41 points in damn near like buzzer beater at the end of the game. The Clippers pulled away late. And ever since that game, the Clippers have been playing well since they beat the Timberwolves on Super Bowl Sunday. Minnesota is a weird team because like you don't want to back them ATS wise, 3-7 ATS last 10, but they're usually just big favorites. This line has gotten steamed where it makes me think somebody might be out that we don't know. This line opened up at 3.5 on FanDuel all the way up to 8.5. Like that's 5 points of movement. Like I think the sports books are telling you they don't want to take Minnesota action tonight. As soon as people started betting that line a little bit, that line moved immediately. So it's like, I think Minnesota's good money tonight. Minus the 300. When you look at some of the spots in the card today, that line kind of sticks out where it's like actually parlayable. Like, would you rather parlay Minnesota versus the Clippers, or would you rather parlay Dallas versus Sacramento?
The first one.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I was muted there. I was thinking in my head. I was like, "Oh God, which one?"
I would take Timberwolves over the Clippers, over Dallas, over Sacramento. Like, and they're the same exact money line odds. Where it's like, I in the beginning of the day, I was leaning towards the Clippers actually. Then I researched it and I started getting towards the Minnesota side. Now that we're here at 4:00, bro, Minnesota's a go tonight, man. Minus 300 is a good piece.
Well, I'll tell you this, Billy. This game just got taken off the board for me. So
I'm telling you, bro. I think somebody's out in this game that we don't know. Like, how does this line go from 3.5 to 8.5?
No Leonard. Yeah, the sports investors saying no Leonard.
So Minnesota's a go tonight. Like why are we not firing on Minnesota?
The Godfather said Anthony Edwards got fined $25K for throwing a ball in the stands. Not surprising. Anthony Edwards got ruled out. And John Collins is also out. So no Kawhi.
No, that says Kawhi Leonard ruled out.
Yeah, and John Collins as well. Both of them out.
Anthony Edwards ruled out. I wouldn't bet this game.
Yeah, you need if you're betting this game, you're putting in a parlay. The Ant has to be there for sure. I agree with you.
I mean, this seems like the it's like, so let's break it down like script wise. Rolling into LA. You remember Ant in LA last year when he played the Lakers, not the Clippers, and the other side of town. My man was walking down the street, no security, with the homies, with a joint in his mouth, and walking around like, yo, I run these streets out here in LA. And you know what? I'm gonna take your word for your money here, and I'm going back to the Timberwolves here in a 2-leg with the Pelicans minus 114.
All right, well, beautiful. LJ, did you go the first on this one, correct?
Yes, I already went.
All right, beautiful. Well, let's review action here, and let me tell you this, Billy. You could sell Ice Tin Eskimo because I'm in on the New Orleans Pelicans tonight. I'll take them minus 6.5, minus 110, minus 110 for me. Will be my only NBA bet. Let's go dumpster diving. Derek Queen and company. I believe in DeJounte Murray. I don't like Jeremiah Fears or JP Fears, whichever one he is. But I'm riding with the Pelicans with you guys. So shout out to you, Billy. LJ, we'll start with you. I don't
you guys, you just mean me.
You're right. You're right there. You're right there. LJ, I don't have all your action. I do have your Lakers action. Your Lakers first half minus 1.5, or excuse me, 2.5 minus 110, and Lakers full game 5.5 minus 108. Did you have everything else?
Yeah, I can run it down right quick. I have the Hornets team total over. I forgot what it was, but I took that. Miami Heat first half on the road versus the East is what I got. The Nets team total under, I believe Jimmy said was 106 for the Nets team total under. Lakers first half full game. Preferably the first half is my best bet. I didn't do a video today because I was coming on the show. But if I would have did a video, that Lakers first half is my best bet of the day. I believe it's -2.5 right now. So Lakers first half full game. And that's pretty much it right there because I stayed off the last two. So
Beautiful.
my props. I forgot my props. Kevin Durant
please.
over 20, 26.5, I believe Jimmy said 26.5 points for Kevin Durant. And Amir Thompson, 2+ steals. And Rockets first half. I forgot about that one too. So those are my actions for today.
Beautiful, LJ. Great job as always. Thank you for coming back here. And Mr. Brisbane, obviously it's a little early for you to lock in the action. I know how you operate, so you should get into the Pub Sports Radio Discord, become a gold or silver member. Give Sean a little moment to get you updated in the website, and you can get that link to the Discord to see all of Billy's action as it comes out. Tennis, basketball, and everything in between. Billy,
can I give you a quick spiel here on the tennis side of things? There's WTA Austin going down here in Texas, and this is a really good spot for Iva Jovic to win the tournament. Jessica Pegula was the defending champion. She won WTA Dubai last week. She ended up pulling out on the day of her birthday. And if like, for example, I parlayed Iva Jovic to win WTA Austin with like UFC chalk ass money lines because the UFC's chalky this week, and mixed it in with the NBA game. And I still got that ticket in. And then we got ATP Acapulco tonight. Yibing Wu versus Fabio Caboli. I actually kind of lean towards Fabio Caboli a little bit there, but I think that one, you bet the over in that one. Francis Tiafoe, Matteo Bellucci. I think Francis Tiafoe is going to be the most bet money line tonight at ATP Acapulco. He ended up coming through in the third set tiebreaker last night, one where he was down 6-7, and Kovacevic was serving out for the match. And Francis Tiafoe, I don't know how the fuck he won that match last night, but Matteo Bellucci has been red hot. Nobody really follows the Italian like that, but he beat Davinovic Volkina very easily, and he's been hot this week. I like Momir Krizmenovic tonight against Terrence Ottman. His line's only -200. Momir won Delray Beach, Florida last year. This is a week after Delray. That form is still carried over. He beat Alexander Zverev last night, and Zverev was -550 on the money line, and Momir was able to get that W. I think there's just a huge serving advantage over Terrence Ottman. If you wanted to stay away from the money line, I like the over 12.5 total games on Momir. And then the dog of the day here is going to be Valentin Vacherat in the midnight match of the night here. I like him over Brandon Nakashima. Seeing Brandon Nakashima under -150 is just a huge red flag. I think Vacherat's just a court preference for this one. It's playing a little bit slower where Vacherat can put more balls into play. We saw him at Shanghai. ADP Shanghai was kind of like his claim to fame this past fall, and that was a hard court that played a little bit slower. And I think those same conditions has been to his beneficial this week, and he's the only seed left in the whole entire tournament. So that's your quarterfinal action for ADP Acapulco.
Yeah, and let me tell you, it's not cheap to get into the Austin tennis thing. I just looked at the prices. Not cheap.
You know who plays tonight? Iva Jovic, baby. Iva Jovic. And Peyton Stearns on the card today. They don't know about that Texas Longhorn, Peyton Stearns.
Well, I'll tell you, it'll be a favorite there. So it should be fun. My guy, Billy, thank you for joining me, and I guess Jimmy here on this lovely Thursday afternoon. I heard there's UFC Mexico this weekend. Anything you want to plug before we get you out of here?
Yeah, make sure you check out the Locker Room Talk podcast. It's a big week this week. And yeah, there might be some cartel stuff going on, but we got the drug lords here at Pub Sports Radio. Make sure you check out Locker Room Talk podcast, the plug that you need to get started for the weekend. And we also have Millie Mills with the interview inside the locker room with Wes Schultz. He's taking on Damian Pinas, and that is the first fight of the night for UFC Mexico.
Well, beautiful. Billy Brisbane, I thank you. Go listen to the Locker Room Talk podcast, and we'll catch you next time. Beautiful work for Mr. Billy Brisbane, and thank you all to you in the chat here. Thanks for hanging in here. 6-hour show yesterday, 4 hours today, and I expect a long one tomorrow, lads. So strap in. Shout out to you guys. As always, thanks for watching, sticking around here. Do not forget 2 big things coming up at Pub Sports Radio here soon. The Johnny Manziel autograph signing session. It is presented by Pub Sports Radio. So if you guys want a Johnny Manziel autographed something, come out to Heroes and Fantasies in San Antonio, Texas. And if you want something, you're coming to Pubapalooza, email us at pubsportsradio.com. Get in contact with us. Come pick it up the next week at Pubapalooza. And that's going to be a whole lot of fun there. Gents, you guys know that it is like Pub Sports Radio Super Bowl. Whole lot of fun. Live shows with Jimmy and Pete. We've got the Sweet 16. We've got the poker tournament, which I'll be dealing, which should be a lot of fun here. And the Elite 8 and Sweet 16 all jam-packed into one weekend, as well as Rotama Park. So do not forget it. It should be a whole lot of fun. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Go get some fucking money today, and let's go milk these bookies. Leche. Y los bookmakers.